Good morning. Good morning. All right, let's get ready. All right, let me get Bloomberg running here. So Mohammed Alarian has been on all morning, Queens College, Cambridge. I like Mohammed, but like every other economist that Warren Buffett has always talked about, you know his same infamous quote, he's never met a wealthy economist. Gotta love Warren with his dry humor. Anyway, Larry's talking about inflation, and obviously we have inflation, so it's going to be a problem in the short term. Watch for gold and assets like gold to continue to appreciate. GDX, Newmont Mining, stocks like that, stocks in the real estate group, those are inflation sensitive, and we've seen a lot of buying obviously this year. So that will probably be the case going forward. Persistent bid in those stocks, gold, silver, some commodities like gold and silver, or funds, or GDX, or stocks in that group, and real estate. So we'll be diving more into that in the coming weeks and months as inflation really, well, I will say this: gasoline went down for the first time in a while. It dropped about 30 cents here in Myrtle Beach, and the timing for solar panels couldn't be better. I've been checking out my solar. The meter goes backwards. That's pretty wild. It's pretty wild to see that, especially during the middle of the day when the sun's the highest, zenith. Good morning, everyone. Don't forget to check out. Yeah, yeah, yes. All right. Yeah, my system's hooked up, and the next thing I want to do is let me get rid of this screen. The next thing I want to do is is to get an Enphase battery backup system. So when power goes down, your panels shut off because they're feeding back into the system, right? They don't want to like electrocute some of the line workers. So your system automatically shuts down. But if you had a battery backup system, you'd be running off a battery backup and your system would still be working. Your solar would be feeding back into your battery. It just switches, you know, from going into the system into your battery system. So that I'm looking forward to. That'll probably be maybe, I don't know, next year maybe I'll do that. It depends. Depends on the markets, I guess. So Enphase, I want to see what Enphase is doing. Enphase, all right, Enphase is consolidating. Looks like it might want to break out. Watch the solar stocks. First Solar, DQ. I think they had earnings, didn't they? DQ. Ginkgo Solar, Ginkgo. Now, from what I understand, Enphase, I have Enphase panels, but the manufacturer is Ginkgo Solar, right? All right, that looks good. Ginkgo. You got SunPower. SunPower and SCDG. All of these look okay. They're in bullish trends, right? So buying the pullbacks is what we're looking to do. All right. Obviously, everyone's heard Johnson & Johnson splitting up, the news. We front ran that. We were front runners on the Johnson & Johnson split up. So let's see. I have the January 160 calls, and I guess I bought some 170s too. I have some January 170s. Excuse me, December. Did I say December? January? December. So watching that, 160s and 170s. Not sure why I bought the 170s. That might have been a mistake. Or I might have had a limit order in and not paying attention. When I'm broadcasting, a lot of, if I wasn't broadcasting, I wouldn't make these mistakes because, I'd be more thorough. But, every once in a while, like every 20 trades or so, I'll do something and I'll buy something I didn't mean to buy. Like I'll buy the SPY, I'll buy the 470s, for an example, instead of the 465s or the 466s, which I have right now. And, you make a mistake when you got so many things going on. You're looking at 6, 7, 8 screens, and you're looking at 100 stocks, and you're broadcasting, and you're answering DMs, and you're, scalping, and you're swinging, and you're portfolio trading, and you're running 6 accounts. The kids' accounts, the wife's account, my account, the business account, and my trading account. So occasionally you make a mistake. But when I make the mistake, most of the time it's in the direction that the prevailing trade is working. So because I'm using a strategy over and over and over, like Brother Bill likes to use the gap strategy, right? A lot. And many of you are swing traders. Grover likes to buy the dip, and he's playing options a lot of times. Others of us, we're watching RVOL and VWAP and using a strategy. So when you do make a mistake, at least you're making it in the right direction. All right, so let's see what's going on here. Good morning. Ken is in the room. Daniel. I always feel like Terry. Robert, good morning. I always feel like, what's his name? Mr. Rogers or whatever. Good morning, Terry. Good morning, Daniel. Always got a kick out of him. Tom Hanks played a part, I guess, played him. All right, so we're waiting for the markets to open here. AFRM is down $3.88 at the moment. Looking for AFRM to bounce. All right, the FANG stocks. All right, let's see. Let's get ready to rumble. We've got less than 2 minutes to go. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com on this fine, sunny Myrtle Beach morning, Friday the 12th. Make sure you check out the Gamma channel. I'll go through that real quick while the markets are about to open. All right, Brent was talking about futures being flat last night. Estimated move today is about 1% on the SPY. We're up 0.3% right now. That implies that 1% implies a reduction in gamma, particularly from earlier in the week when the forecasted moves were closer to 0.6%. There we go. Markets are open. Take profits first 15 minutes where warranted. J&J. J&J gapping up, clearing this resistance level right here, looking for profit takers, looking for some profit takers to come in. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft on the move. Microsoft's on the move. Microsoft gapping up. There goes Walmart. Walmart gapping up. All right. Johnson & Johnson looking for a follow through. Microsoft on the move. Watch Microsoft here. Taking half of those Johnson & Johnson calls off. See, look for a follow through. MJ, the marijuana ETF is higher. All right, WDC, WC. I was going to talk about WDC. WDC versus Seagate. There's a lot of options trading on WDC. WDC is just starting to break trend, so this is something that Kronos on the move. Kronos. TASK starting to move. I like TASK. TASK breaking this pattern here. It looks really good for the follow through. Watch for volume and RVol in particular. S&P 500 up 0.2% after the open. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 0.3%. Facebook on the move. We got Microsoft looking good. Apple is faded from the first print. Okay, the market's trying to push higher. VIX is dropping off. Tick cumulative. Need a crossover. 2-to-1. NASDAQ favored. Almost 3-to-1 up volume on the NASDAQ. Favor the NASDAQ for now. Okay, NASDAQ stocks will probably get more play. Let's see, sectors. All right, we got about 60, 70% sectors, 70%. Led by pharma. Okay, sectors. All right, let's look at Merck. Merck Merck looking for the follow through. J&J, obviously. J&J fading from that little gap up. I expect buyers to step up. We'll watch for that.
Inside EVs on Tesla. Tesla says goodbye to sub 60,000 Model Y. Tango Sandy Lima Alpha TSLA.
All right, so UWM, I plan on adding to UWM. That was an entry from yesterday, a re-entry. Okay, we ran this up. We had that nice breakout trade on UWM, IWM. Pulled back. Yesterday was the first day, so scaling in. My plan is to buy more as we push higher using an ABCD pattern strategy. All right. All right. So this looks to be a profit taking. Looks to be a profit taking Friday. All right. Looks like profit taking. Okay. SPY pulling back now. They're fading the open. All right. So we are still positive on the day. Walmart's still pushing. Microsoft. Western Digital looking for the follow through on Western Digital. WDC is a pretty good bet. WDC. All right, let's check the comparison between WDC, which is breaking trend. Breaking trend. I'm probably going to add to this one. The 11/19/60 call. All right, the 11/16/60 call is in play. This looks good. The ATR is at $2. Okay, that looks good.
NEO shares popping to the highs 43.55. November India Oscar NEO.
All right, Western Digital going. Western Digital is a nice trade. Looks like it's going to follow through. All right, so just wait for the markets to settle down. We've got both NASDAQ and the ES futures pulling back. All right, so let's see if they buy the dip. FedEx, that was a nice follow through. All right, Hertz on the move. HTZ, Hertz, starting to move higher, Hertz. FedEx on the move. FedEx continuation. FedEx, watch FedEx continuation. Has a decent ATR of about $4. FedEx buy dips only. Okay, looks like it's going to go here. FedEx. Watch FedEx. All right, FedEx has a $4.50 ATR. All right, FedEx has an ATR, as you know, of about $4.50. Watch this one. It's a little early, but it's starting to go now. Okay, FedEx. Let's see UPS. UPS should be moving as well. UPS as well. I would trade the 1126 strikes on FedEx and UPS. So look for your best entry. These are off to the upside. Toshiba, J&J also splitting. Yeah. Good morning, Terry. Anthony, good morning. Frano, good morning. Nick. Nick is in the room. All right, so look for follow through. Freeport McMoran on the move. Freeport. Freeport McMoran. All right, Freeport is on the move as well. FCX, Freeport. All right, it might double up on Freeport. Currently have the 11-19-42 call. All right, that looks good. AFRM down $6. AFRM. Western Digital, WDC is going. Move your stops to flat. Western Digital still going. All right, let the market settle down. It is a Friday, so I do a lot less on a Friday. All right, market's starting to bounce. Freeport looking for the follow through. Okay, a little bit of selling at the moment. Western Digital's still going. Western Digital. Okay, that's a nice setup there. Western Digital. All right. Western Digital. SPY bouncing here. If you're thinking about a scalp, look for a follow through. It's now 9:45, 9:46, so we could see a bounce here. Tick Kinwitz has crossed, so they are buying the dip. It's 2.6 to 1 up volume on NASDAQ, so NASDAQ is favored right now. NYSE is 1 to 1 up volume, 1.2 to 1. All right, Western Digital still looks good here.
REV, Revlon, new buy.
Crocs,
Bill Mead, Romeo
Crocs, and all the retail stocks buying those dips are working. You got Crocs with a pullback. You got Rob looking at Crocs.
1636 at the high, Romeo Echo Victor, REV.
Okay, that looks good, Rob. Thanks. Western Digital. Um, what I'm looking for in Western Digital is to do something like Seagate. Let's see. Our Western Digital still pushing higher. Western Digital. All right, Western Digital still moving. All right. Western Digital has an ATR a little bit over $2. It's up 273 now, so it's obviously in play. Okay, SPY's starting to bounce. Western Digital still going. Western Digital is obviously in play. All right, we're nearing the opening range, completion of the opening range. We'll be looking for trades now. The Spider's still not giving us a clear direction except for the fade. So we'll find out what happens after 10. We had a good week, so I don't want to spoil it on a Friday. Wait a little bit longer on a Friday, not a bad idea. All right, Western Digital looks really good. Let's see what the options. All right, the options are okay.
GMBL, Esports Entertainment, and GANX Game Therapeutics getting mentioned on tip ranks. Two strong buy stocks under under $10 with triple-digit upside. That's Golf Michael Bravo Lima and Golf Alpha November X-Ray.
All right, looking for a dip now in Western Digital. Nice follow through. It's got an ATR just over $2. All right, it's up almost 3. That's showing demand, but you know people chase. So what we're looking for right now, I do like it long. I do expect this to continue to fill out a right side of a cup, but I also expect the price could fade back at some point, could fade back towards 60 as price action starts to lift. Now look at STX. STX, Seagate, another day following through. Okay, Seagate is ripping higher, so it looks like they're not that concerned about ATR. Look at how well this is trading. It's up $10 3 times. Okay, wait for a little dip now for Seagate. Roblox up 70 cents. Roblox. Roblox with the follow through. All right, Roblox looks good. RBLX. All right, nice follow through. Roblox, we were looking for a test. We were looking for a test of that high that we saw on Wednesday. We're getting that now. All right, so Roblox looks good. J&J. Starting to turn, looking to buy J&J. Look for this dip as an opportunity. Microsoft consolidating. FedEx looking for the follow through. FedEx looking for the follow through. SPY looking for the bounce. VIX dropping off now. VIX dropping off. All right, VIX is dropping off. Thinking SPY calls back up to 465.50. Volume is pretty decent. We only have 2 blocks though, so tick cumulative is green. Tech Resources, that dipped after running up a bit. That was an IBD pick yesterday. Tech Resources looking for the follow through now. Hertz, a little bit of selling this morning. Hertz looking for the follow through. Gilead, farmer names. Gilead. Okay, so we got, what is Merck doing? MRK. Merck, no follow through yet. Merck. Merck looking for a bounce. Johnson & Johnson looking for a bounce after this initial selling, giving you an opportunity. The stock was in a markdown phase, then you saw the accumulation. Volume by price echoing what we're thinking. This is the base, phase 1. If phase 2 starts, you're going to see a continuation of this crossover. 921 days going to cross up eventually. Next week will probably, the 9 EMA will be through the 200-day. And over the next several weeks, we'll probably see J&J continue to move higher as it splits up. So you don't need to chase it just yet. Watching for a dip buy. UWM looking for a follow through again today. UWM, IWM. Okay. So buyers are stepping up at the low of the day. Want to see this continue over the next few days. It could still base up here. Small caps, we want small caps to move higher if we're bullish equities. We want junk bonds to get back above the 50-day if we're bullish equities. These are risk on, risky assets, risk on when they're moving higher, risk off when they're moving lower. Crude oil, wouldn't mind a fade in crude oil. I'd like to pay less in gas, but this is a risky asset. So if it fades, that would be a headwind for equities. We're at highs, so maybe this can pull back and not affect the markets that much, but I like to look at the other indicators as well. IWM and IBB, both of these are risk on, risk off assets. And as you can see, looks like IB is starting to create a double bottom. So the risk reward here, if this starts to move higher, is with the bulls, a stop below 152.75 or so. Look for a follow through. So we'll come back and look at those. IHE though, the pharma names, pharmaceuticals are looking pretty sharp here. It's one of the strongest sectors. Let's see who is the top dogs on the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ is 70% green. Micron is one of the top dogs. Apparently we're having the supply constraints are waning. So a lot of these stocks that got weighted down in the semiconductor group most likely will see buying. Our LRCX looks good. AMD looks good. It's okay. It's just hanging out, consolidating. NVIDIA, consolidating. All right, Marvell was active yesterday. Marvell. Remember when Marvell was trading in the teens a couple of years ago? Marvell. Let's look at what's working here. What is working? Large caps, Seagate, WDC, Micron, Under Armour. Under Armour on the dip. Under Armour looks good. Under Armour dip buy. UAA dip buyers. Watch what's Lulu doing. Lulu.
Shares of MoneyGram over 650.
Lulu coming back to the 21-day watch. Lulu, it's not quite there yet. All right. TJ Maxx. TJ Maxx
MGI.
pulling back. Target. Okay, bouncing off the 21-day. I was looking at Home Depot yesterday and the day before, looking for a bounce along with Lowe's. Okay, so those are all right. UWM, no follow through yet. UWM. So FLT, Fleet Core bouncing. Ball Corp bouncing. CF Industries, chemicals. All right, that was I wrote up something on CF, I think on Monday, or maybe it was last week. CF Industries. 52-week high.
MMM, 3M getting a pop here. Deal Reporter says 3M is maybe considering
CF Industries, that was, looks like
161.89.
November 9th. Okay, we wrote something about CF Industries. That was what, Tuesday? CF. All right. All right, so that looks good. CF, it's got an ATR of 2. It's up $1.79. So I like this for the follow through. I just wouldn't buy it up here. I would wait for it to drift a bit lower. Watch SPY. SPY, you might have a trade here for today's calls on SPY. A little bit more risky because you got to time it right. Haven't followed through yet. VIX looks like it wants to drop off from a pretty elevated level at 17. So if VIX starts to drop off, maybe position in SPY would be warranted. Still haven't done anything there for a scalp. Today's calls. All right, so from high to low, we're looking for a 1% move, 0.15% higher at the moment. SPY. Let's see what the SPY looks like here. SPY. Task. Watching Task as well. SPY. No.
LODE, Comstock Mining, spiking here on volume coming in. Lima Oscar Delta Echo. LODE. tick higher, 182.84.
All right, CF. Let's see, Western Digital. I'm looking for a little dip in Western Digital. All right, so we finally getting that dip we're looking for. Okay, so I do expect this is going to go much higher. All right, so selling into strength, pulling, let it pull back first, and it's a Friday anyway, so there's no rush on Western Digital. But if you sold into strength, look for it to dip a little bit. All right, Micron also in the group, solid state. You got DRAMs and everything else that they make. Micron is up $1.80, 240, and its ATR is $1.80. All right, let's go take a look at semis. I wanted to take a look at those, see what we might find as a, I won't say bargain, I hate to say bargain, but a quality name that is not being bought heavily yet, that's starting to see volume tick up. Watch the VWAP. All right, Brooks Automation, this one occasionally is on the watch list. That on the pullback here looks pretty good. This is the kind of thing I'm looking for. All right, so you got your first bullish day. MACD and Stochastic is still saying we could see a little bit more pullback. This is one I'd put on my watch list. Keep an eye on it. We'll probably do something there. Inseego, that company makes the 5G chips that go into phones. I'm sure they're probably working on 6G. Not doing much there. Not that exciting. ON Semiconductor, a lot of people talk about ON from time to time. This looks like it could keep going. ON Semiconductor with a slightly less than $2 ATR. It's up 29 cents. I like the idea here. ON, let me see what the signals look like. I would think it's not on a buy signal yet. SPY, looking for a buy signal. All right, SPY looks like it wants to go here. SPY looks like a follow through. VIX dropping off. That's a scalp on SPY if it does start to move here. ON Semiconductor, I like this one. What does ON look like? ON, buy signal on the 5-minute, not yet on the daily or 30-60. So we'll come back and look at this one. We'll look at it. No rush on a Friday, especially. SPY's starting to move. SPY's starting to move. Skyworks, that looks interesting. Skyworks on a double bottom. Right, let's see what Skyworks looks like. SWKS, SWKS. On a buy signal, 5-minute, 30-minute, 60-minute, but not on the daily yet. Coming off the lower Bollinger Band, if you look at your Bollinger Bands. Okay, Bollinger Bands tell you a lot, okay? So with a flat VWAP, the strategy is look for moves from the lower bands to the upper bands, lower bands to the upper bands. Okay, whenever you got a flat VWAP, which is flattening out right now, Skyworks looking for a push back up. A lot of these being affected by supply chain. Supposedly supply chain is getting a little bit less of a problem, becoming less of a problem. A lot of these stocks on the pullbacks look good. Let's see what Skyworks looks like. Earnings and sales. SWKS. SWKS. Earnings and sales, $12.80 for 2023. Next year, $11.55. That'll be a 10% increase over this year. $10.50 this year. 2020, they made $6.13. And 2021, they jumped up to $10.50. So a $4 move in earnings for this year. Another dollar next year. Makes analog, mixed signal, ICS, amplifiers, attenuators, detectors, diodes, couplers, mixers, electronics, basically, for use in just about everything we do. The Internet of Things. Think about all the stocks, metaverse stocks. those metaverse related names. Still a lot of, it's still early. Facebook looking like it's going to bounce right here for a scalp. Facebook. All right, but don't buy it up here. Wait for the dip. All right, wait for the dip. Same thing with Western Digital. I like Western Digital. All right, now you got a nice dip on Western Digital. Okay, so we're looking to buy the dip.
FOUR, Oxford Newsletter, with a strong buy, Foxtrot Oscar Uniform Romeo.
All right, so Western Digital, a little dip right now.
Jobs job openings a little earlier came in at 10.438 million versus 10.3 million estimate. That's on the Jobs job openings.
All right, so Western Digital dipping right now. We're looking for an entry on that. Okay. Fridays are watching SPY here for a follow through. Still might shake people out. All right, looking for that B pivot on Western Digital. All right, buyers starting to come in. Western Digital, it might be an area. Let's see how far. Where are we? We're up $1.66. All right, looking for follow through. $1.66. And its ATR is $2.17. Jesus. Sorry. Run it under hot water. The lid.
GTX Metin Holding
Couldn't open her
high 62 cents.
jar for her.
Company announcing closing
It opened. See?
of their registered direct offering, Michael Echo Tango X-ray.
Yeah, it opened once you walked out the door. All right, so watching nothing yet on Western Digital. Still could dip a little bit more. VIX, looking for VIX to drop off, not pop here. It looks like VIX could stay in a little choppy pattern. So, like I was saying earlier, maybe wait a little bit longer than usual for the opening range. VIX could be starting out a flat range here. All right, so watch VIX for a range. Here's the high, here's the low. We need this to slide lower. VIX, and what we were looking at yesterday. All right, so VIX is below the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. SPY needs to be above. Okay, we're still working on this descending pattern. All right, so a move above, you can see at the open, a move above the 20 EMA would be a good buy signal. SPY.
Shares of 3M continuing to hit new highs, 186.30 on that earlier mention of a potential breakup rumor on 3M. Michael.
All right, so if you're bullish equities, you want to see VIX drop off here, you want to see SPY get above this 20 EMA. Okay, watch Western Digital. That's a nice dip there. All right, so semiconductors again. Let's see who's outperforming. We know Seagate is kicking butt today. Micron is doing its share of follow through. But you got people chasing stocks, and you almost never want to chase. Okay, it's like chasing a train, and you grab onto the handle to jump on when it's moving. You get your arm ripped off depending on how fast it's moving. If it's just starting to get going, like in the early opening range, look for a little pause so you can jump on the train. Right now, just watching Micron. All of these are doing the same thing. Let's see, STX. All of them are pausing. You see that? So, you know, the initial pop, traders chasing, wind up getting very disappointed. So there goes SPY. SPY's starting to move. So is the Qs. SPY and Qs looking a lot better. Okay, thank you, LA.
REGN, Regeneron, press release now.
All right, WDC probably going to go now.
A cocktail approved by European Commission to treat and prevent COVID-19. That's Romeo Echo Golf November, REGN.
Watch Western Digital here for a buy. Watch Western Digital for a buy here. I'd be looking at the 1119s or the 1126 call. Western Digital. I would look at the 62 as a 40 delta, 62, 40 delta. The Western Digital, all right, starting to see buyers coming in now. This looks like a B pivot for a scalp back in the other direction. Flat VWAP, so this could move from the low back up to the high again. let's see, top traded stocks today on the Nasdaq. Number 1 is Micron. Number 2 is DocuSign. Number 3 is Facebook. Okay, so these stocks, the top 10, tend to stay in the top 10 the rest of the day. You just want to catch the stocks that are not played out on their ATR. Let's look at Facebook, for example. Facebook, giving you a little dip there. Facebook has an ATR, what, about $6, $7, something like that, if I recall. $8.84. So there's a very good entry here on Facebook for the next couple of weeks, maybe. We follow through here on the dip. Facebook, the calls are fairly expensive. The 340s are a 37 delta. That's borderline 1126. Or shares. Probably won't do anything there. VIX still chopping around. Facebook, still a little bit too extended. Facebook, I'd like to get it a little bit cheaper. Maybe it comes back to VWAP and we can see buyers. You can see relative volume looks pretty good here. All right, Facebook. Costco, Netflix, NVIDIA. NVIDIA, Metaverse, any kind of dips like on NVIDIA right here are probably going to keep getting bought. Need lots of horsepower. NVIDIA makes some of the best. All right, SPY, no follow through yet. All right, so it still feels like we could drop off again. NASDAQ futures look better, so watch your FANG stocks. Facebook looks like it wants to go though, right? Facebook. Don't go too far out. 40 delta would be what I'd be looking for. 40 delta.
GRNQ. Shares getting a pop here. Traders
40 delta is a 337.50 for 1119. Facebook.
The wait is over. Long anticipated public sale of the Millennium Sapphire launches exclusively in our trading platform. That's Gulf.
All right, Facebook looking for the follow through.
Quebec, GRNQ.
Facebook looking for a follow through here. Facebook looking like a good entry. Facebook looks like a good entry here. All right, watch Facebook. All right, watch Facebook here. Looks like a good entry on a little flag. It's not dipping very much. Watching SPY and the Qs. The Qs look the best. All right, Facebook buyers coming in. Okay, so look at the relative volume compared to 1030. Okay, it's almost double. Facebook looking for a follow through. It's got an ATR. Ooh, look at the volume. 40 delta is a 337.50. Delta.
BBIG, Vinco Ventures getting a pop here.
Facebook is going now. Facebook is going downtown. The 200 day, the 21 day. $335s. 335s are a 50 delta. 50 delta is a 337.50. 50 delta is a 337.50. 50 delta is a 50 delta. 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 50 Facebook is going. All right, so we got an ATR of $8.85, $8.86. I could see another buck out of this one. Could see another dollar. All right, Facebook looks good. Facebook. All right, Facebook is working as well. All right, Facebook's working. Okay, if you took Facebook, that's working. I would, this is a scalp, so it'd be quick to be taking profits off on this one. All right, Facebook, one more pop. Sectors, we've got 50-50 on the sectors. The strongest sectors: builders, materials mining, pharmaceuticals, communications, transports, materials, retail, AI, bots, AI, metaverse, bots, BOTZ, Bravo, Oscar, Tango, Zulu. That's the ETF. NVIDIA is like the predominant name there, the biggest weighted name. Then you've got industrials, technology, junk bonds, and semiconductors just went flat. Semiconductors just went flat. SPY's pulling back. All right, so not everything is working. Qs look the best. All right, let's take a look real quick at what the mix is today. Growth versus value. All right, growth is hanging in there. Value's fading. So anything materials, energy, financials, industrials are right now, the majority are fading a bit. The worst for today is XLF. VIX is off 3.57%. Needs to drop some more. Facebook's still going here. Facebook has a nice move on it. Facebook, I'd be scalping this one, taking profits. If you get about a buck out of your options, if you're trading options, you get about a buck out of these, I would take some profits off into strength. I still like Facebook on the daily for a follow through. All right, that looks good. Facebook's being bought. You got relative volume. Looks good. Facebook, relative volume looks good. Still going. MACD's above a signal line. We got stochastic and RSI rising rapidly, rapido. Sell some into strength. Facebook, sell some into strength. AFRM still down $6.78. AFRM. Western Digital bounce back to VWAP. Could be a flat VWAP day for Western Digital, then recuperate for next week. All right, could just stay right here. Western Digital, Micron. Okay, these are taking a break now. Okay, these are taking a break. What's PayPal doing? PayPal was down in a zone. PayPal was down in the zone. All right, so it looks like, you know what it looks like here? PayPal, there's no hurry. I marked up a chart yesterday, the weekly time frame on PayPal. Let it base down here before you do anything. Let it base. All right, so you got this consolidation we saw over here in 2020. I don't think PayPal is going away as a payment processing financial services name, but you saw what these are doing, right? Check it out. So if this is moving lower, if the lower panel here is moving lower, that's telling you that financial services are under somewhat some pressure there. So you don't need to buy PayPal just yet. It looks like it's basing, right? PayPal looks like it's basing down here. No hurry. You might wake up on Monday and find it up here at 215 or something like that. So if you scale in, you got to stop underneath at 200. That's the way I would play it. Johnson & Johnson looking for the bounce. Okay, they keep accumulating Johnson & Johnson here. Looks like it could bounce. Microsoft. Looking for Microsoft to continue. Microsoft. Okay, bounce. Facebook bounced as well. Okay. Facebook looks good. So does Microsoft. Let's look at the Bollinger Bands. Bollinger Bands. Okay. They're not tight like over here in June, but you know they're narrow. So with a VWAP, with the 200-day rather, starting to slope, kind of getting flat. I'm looking for moves from the bands, upper band to the lower band. Right now it's bouncing at the 20 period moving average, so it's not revisiting. It's bouncing at the 200-day, looking for a follow through and a bounce back up to the upper band on Facebook. So you don't want to chase it, in other words. You don't want to chase it. You want to get your best entry, which would be a pullback. It's ripping higher, so I'll be taking profits off in the strength. It's pretty close to its ATR of $8. You got another $1 to go. So maybe Facebook gets another $1 out of this one. All right, FedEx. FedEx is probably one of the better setups. I'm thinking FedEx, you know, it's going to affect retail. It's going to affect transports. This is breaking higher. Facebook. FedEx on the daily, you know what we're looking at. This looks so beautiful. You can see the nice buying here. I love clean charts like this. It's very obvious when it's in a markdown. Phase 4 over here. Phase 3 at the highs. Very obvious distribution at the highs. Then prices drop below the 921, 50-day, and 200-day in the markdown phase. Then clearly showing a base accumulation. That's institutions. Look at the volume. Then phase 2 starts. Price action moves above the 921-day. Then eventually through the 50-day. Those cross through the 50-day. And now you're in a nice trend. So buying the dips for scalps and selling the rips on a scalp time frame is great. Swing trades also. So if you're buying shares, you want to buy, you know, dips. Watch the opening range. But FedEx looks pretty good. And you got the other name in the group, UPS, looking very strong. All right, UPS is probably going to take out 52-week highs. Had pretty good earnings, UPS. All right, so you always look for the phases. If you look at stocks this way, you're 90% of the time not going to make a mistake. All right. So watch for the phases. Phase 3 leads to phase 4, markdown, phase 1, accumulation, phase 2 starts. At some point, FedEx will disappoint. I don't think it's going to be in the next few weeks, next few months into the holidays. But at some point, FedEx will disappoint or earnings won't be right or some catalyst or whatever will come in. And you'll see both of them probably move, right? UPS and FedEx. But for now, this looks like phase 2. Doesn't look like it. It is in phase 2. Volume is picking up, mostly bullish volume now. You can see interspersed little red days. But for the most part, this is all green. MACD's above its signal line. Bulls in control. Now it's a little overbought. RSI is showing muscle, starting to stay up here above 70. But it is trending. So this is a really good setup, FedEx. Just don't buy the high of the day. Right now it's at the high of the day. Look for a nice follow through. I would be, if I was interested in options, I'd be buying the dips and I'd be buying maybe the 1126 DTE, the date till expiration, DTE. 1126, that's after Black Friday, Cyber Monday starts. Most likely see more deliveries. SPY's trying to bounce. Looks like SPY is going to be in a doji. Okay, so if you're buying the low here, the best you could expect is a move back to 465. Flat VWAP, like yesterday. You see what it did when it flat VWAP? All right, so we've had that all week, right? We've had that all week. Except for Wednesday. Wednesday, we dropped below VWAP, we sold off, and then we bounced back up near the close and sideways yesterday. It looks like another sideways day. Unless we get above VWAP and start pushing above that 240E. Remember, the 240E is the yard marker you want to pay attention to. Once we're above the 20 EMA, then the trend could change. Could, not guaranteed, but could change. Until then, that's resistance. And VWAP is flat. So there's no real good trade on SPY unless it starts to break higher. You could scalp it. That's about it. MJ, looking for the follow through. AMD looks good. Insight. Baidu. Baidu looks good. Remember Baidu yesterday? Baidu was a trade I was looking at. What I was looking for is a follow through. Okay, Baidu. All right, Baidu, the Chinese stocks, most of those following through. All right, let's see what they're doing on the NASDAQ 100. They were the top of the list. Last Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, PDD, JD, Baba, Baidu, Baozun, all of those were in the top 20, top 25 on the NASDAQ 100. Today, it's mostly semiconductor related names. Facebook is still going. Facebook is up $8 now, $8.65. So Facebook is playing out exactly the way I thought. All right, most everything is tech related. There goes Facebook. Facebook. Facebook, ATR. 20 cents. What do you mean 20 cents? Oh, it's plus 20 cents. Okay, plus 20 cents. DWAC on the move. Oops, DWAC. Okay, starting to move here, DWAC. Maybe it starts to move. Maybe the meme stock players. Facebook takes some profits. Facebook. You know, people say, I can't believe you're trading digital world. That's Trump. I said, I don't give a shit about politics. What I do care about is price action. And whatever price action tells me it's time to buy a stock, I don't care who. I don't like Zuckerberg either, but I'll buy Facebook if it's going to make me money. I'll buy Twitter if it's going to make me money. I don't give two craps about politics. That's just a rant on my part. All right, so Twitter fading. That's still a short from way over here a few weeks ago. I know Matt was short on this one. We got the sell-off on earnings. It continues to move lower. Okay. DWAC looks like it's starting to move. DWAC also has warrants. Watch the warrants. Okay. They don't halt. Okay. So if the stock starts to halt, look at DWACW because it doesn't. Wow, he went on a rant. Listen, you know, a lot of people find reason to not trade something. I don't care if it's whatever politics. You know, Zuckerberg is very far left. So is what's his name, Dorsey. You know, I don't like the guys. I don't like their politics coming into their business, but that's what they do. They automatically eliminate 50% of their potential clients by being political. So I think that's dumb. I think that's a dumb business model. Anyway, um, what was I going to say? I forget. That's the problem with getting on rants. You forget about what the hell you were talking about. Um, I'll think of it in a minute. Doesn't matter what their politics are. I mean, Facebook has continued to rip higher here. You know, so you got a nice trade on Facebook. All right, DWAC on the move. Oh, I know what I wanted to do. I wanted to send my buddy Kyle a heads up. All right, DWACW, DWAC, those are on the move. All right, so SPY's on the move here, SPY on the move.
DWAC, Digital World shares hitting 64.60 at the high. Delta Whiskey, Alpha Charlie, DWAC.
All right, my kids have some of this, so let me exit into strength. What's Fuel Cell doing, by the way? Fuel Cell. Fuel Cell. All right, Fuel Cell. Maybe take a little profits off. See if it bases here. It's a little extended, but it's in its bullish trend. Continues to push higher. All of these. I saw news the other day about tractor trailers. Those engines are. What's the name of that? Cummins. CMI. They make fuel cell engines and other alternative engines. Cummins. So keep an eye on Cummins. Fuel cell, hydrogen fuel cells, technology for energy. That's going to be another part. It has been. It's going to be another part, a big part, I think. And alternative energy. Facebook still going. Nice job on Facebook. J&J still looking for the bounce. J&J. Western Digital looking for it to get back above VWAP and take off. It's got a flat VWAP now, so it could just stay here. J&J. Okay. J&J, Western Digital could just stay here. Okay. But it does look good for a follow through next week. Seagate Technology. Seagate, pretty obvious follow through. Trend break a couple of weeks ago, and then this just took off to the races. All right, what's Baidu doing? Baidu, I was looking for a buy. All right, Baidu looking good. Baidu is doing exactly what we were thinking it was going to do. Baidu, what are you doing, Baidu? Baidu, where are you? Baidu's up, pressing the highs here. Baidu's going. Baidu. Baidu. Baidu's still going. All right, Baidu's starting to accelerate now. Baidu is accelerating. If you bought yesterday, watch Baidu here.
ASTC, Astrotech with their earnings results, Alpha Sandy Tango Charlie. Astrotech reported a loss of 4 cents versus a loss of 27 cents in the same period a year ago. That's ASTC.
All right, Baidu. Baidu's still going. All right, SPY. Holy smokes, look at all those calls. Look at all those calls. All right, starting to go now. There goes a SPY. SPY's on the move. Watch SPY here. If you're paying attention to what Leestar is posting, it looked like a lot of calls being bought. All right, Baidu's still going. All right, Baidu looks good. SPY is on the move, folks. SPY. All right, so what were we looking for on SPY? Class. Can you answer that question? What were we looking for on SPY? What are we looking for on Baidu? Look at the 20 EMA on Baidu. Check out the 20 EMA on Baidu's 60-minute chart.
LCID Lucid, the November 48 call sweep now. Lima Charlie India Delta, LCID.
All right, looking for a follow through. VIX dropping off hard. VIX dropping hard. Looks good. Thank you, Lee Star. As usual, Lee Star doing work overtime. Okay, we get above the 20 EMA. That's the threshold we need to get above, the 20 EMA. So I'm getting excited, but I know that it needs to get above the break out of this VWAP situation too. We need to get above this flat VWAP breakout. There's going to be some stops over here. There's your 20 EMA on the 60-minute time frame. This is a 5-minute. That's just a reference point. So if we break above that line, that's your go. That's your go signal. Not for a buy, but a go signal in terms of a follow through. Okay, you want to be buying down here, looking for the top of the range. All right, Baidu's still going. Use the same strategy over and over and over, and you most likely won't be wrong as long as the strategy is a proven one. Just keep buying the dips, selling the rips whenever the market internals and the indices give you the signal. There goes the Qs. Qs are going. Buy the FANG stocks. Qs going. Thanks, Rob, for Crocs. People in the trading room thanking you. All right, Crocs, 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 Crocs. Nice follow through. All right, Baidu looking good. All right, Crocs has been doing well. Crocs all this week. Dipped into Wednesday, followed through. This is going to break out. You can see the breakout coming. Look at the volume. Volume starting to pick up again. SPY stopped at the high of the day. Okay, Baidu accelerating. All right, Baidu accelerated into about 11 o'clock yesterday. I don't know if it'll do the same thing today. But Baidu looks good. Baidu, B-I-D-U, Baidu. Look at that, nice pattern. All right. So look at the stochastic. Man, that's a beauty. That is a beauty. What? Oh, it was in the Chinese stocks. Okay, so let me go check my Chinese stocks. The markup on Baidu. All right, so you're right in the middle of the Kirby. This thing could accelerate over the next few days. Play the ATR every day. It's up $2.47. ATR is $5.35. Okay. All right, it's got an ATR of $5.35, $5.36. This looks good. Baidu's continuing higher. All right, I'll keep an eye on Baidu for a minute. Baidu, a lot of stocks look good. All right, SPY stopping at the high of the day, looking for the follow through now. Okay, I rolled out the SPY 465 calls. to the 466 call. I rolled those out. All right, so everything looks good now. VIX is dropping off. Qs are ripping here. Qs, the NASDAQ looks good, following through. Oh boy, that coffee is good. Dunkin' Donuts coffee. Man, nice stuff. Love you, Dunkin'. What is Krispy Kreme doing? What's Krispy Kreme doing? That had earnings, right? Let's see. Dunkin' Donuts, flat. Talk about spike your blood sugar. Those Krispy Kreme glazed donuts, man, those are killers. Those are heart stoppers. They have one like every few miles around here in South Carolina. Everybody needs to take a break on the donuts and get out of those golf carts and start jogging instead. All right, okay, so Baidu looks good though. Don't mind me, I'm just ranting and raving today. Baidu, nice follow through. Okay, now Baidu, what I'd be interested in doing, any dip I'd be buying. All right, Baidu. If you started yesterday,
AXDX, Accelerate Diagnostics, shares now at the highs of the day.
all right, Baidu's still going. All right, that looks good, 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 good. Baidu, thank you very much.
It's 11 o'clock. AXDX shares spiking on an earlier deal report today. Have been approached by large strategics that Delta X-ray AXDX.
All right, Baidu going. All right, there goes SPY. A nice follow through on SPY. Whoa, look at this thing go. Look at SPY go. There goes the Qs. Nice trade there. All right, so SPY, you should be doing quite well. SPY, nice. Yeah, those are killers, right, Cayman? They are. You know, I have one like once every one or two. You can't eat just one. One or two every, what, 6 months. And then I regret it for 6 months. Then I'll have another one 6 months later. They're great with coffee. VIX continues to drop off, giving you a good follow-through signal so far. Wow, what a freaking day.
Vuzix share is at the highs now, 1407. Victor Uniform Zulu, India.
Nice job, Lee Star. Baidu's still going. Man, what a killer day. We could see 470. All right, so SPY, let's not lose sight of the fact what we're looking for here. All right, so we were looking for a push above VWAP and for VWAP to turn. So now we got the turn. We got the volume and pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump. And then we were looking for the 20 EMA break. All right, this is what we've been looking for. SPY, now that it's back above the 20 EMA, that's what we've been looking for. All right, so we got it. We got it. Hey, baby, he's got it. I'm your fever. Do, 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 do. Doom, doom, doom. All right, that's the 240. 240, we're also looking for. All right, look at that. Look at a pretty chart there. Right at the 9 EMA, we're bouncing. So we faked out the 21 day. This is another good example. I thought for sure we're going to test the 21 day. Doesn't matter what I think. Doesn't matter what you think or anyone else for that matter, or what anybody says on CNBC or Bloomberg. What matters the most is what price tells you. Price says they were buying, and they're buying where? At the 9 EMA, not the 21 day. Does it mean that we're not going to visit the 21 day? No, but it means that if you're bearish, you just got slapped across the face with a trout, and you know you like salmon, so you didn't get what you wanted anyway, and you got insult added to injury. Price is telling you what you need to know. So you're looking at the 60-minute, you're looking at the daily. All right. There you go. That's what's happening. All right, so we got our reference point. Our reference point was the $20 EMA on the 60-minute. All right, let me just 20 EMA on the 60-minute. You got a MACD crossed. MACD cross, 60-minute. Okay, so momentum is with the bulls right now. We can feel it in price action. SPY and the Qs, while we might be a bit extended, maybe you take some profits off into strength, but it does look good. Baidu, I just want to make sure I check out, keep an eye on Baidu. Baidu has that ATR of $5.38. The stock is up 290. We could see another $3, another $2, $3 on this one. Expansion day as people wake up and say, oh crap, what happened? Baidu's on the move now. All right, so let's see, Baidu's still going. Baidu's still going. All right, Baidu looks great. SPY is still going. All right. The futures are still looking, geez, look at the futures. Wow. Wow, tick cumulative is green as well. Let me see what the 60-minute looks like. 60-minute. 5 minutes been green all morning. 60-minute is trying to turn. Watching the 60-minute for follow through. All right, so you guys should be doing well. Just manage your positions. I wouldn't take on a lot of risk. Just because we're back above the 20 MA does not mean I'm gonna like go crazy. All right, we're trading. Interesting that we're not following through in a big way. The I thought up volume would be a lot higher than it is right now. Maybe they'll kick in at some point. All right, following through, SPY. VIX is still dropping off, so your signal is still long. Your signal is still long. Nice job. Baidu. All right, looks good. Baidu, let's see. What's Facebook doing? Facebook had a nice setup this morning. Facebook. Wow, look at Facebook. That's a beauty. That's a beauty. Did you keep Facebook? Facebook, anybody take it? Wow, nice move on Facebook. Freeport McMoran are watching for the squeeze breakout. All right, Facebook, what a beauty. Facebook. Holy crapola! Look at the SPY. Ay 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 ay. Oh man, what a day this is going to be. Toby Mac. Toby Mac.
MRAM, Everspin Technologies, moving back towards the highs of the day now, $9.90. That's Michael Romeo Alpha Michael.
All right, SPY is just killing it, man. Whew. Nice follow through. Nice. Nice one. SPY still going. Nice one. The volume coming in. Nice. Good job, folks. Good job in the room. Excuse me. I'm sorry I keep coughing in your ear. I got this little tickle in my throat. All right, SPY still going. Wow, what a freaking move, huh? All right, I'll take half off plus 100% the Monday calls. I'll take half off here. If it starts to flag a little more. Futures are just crazy. Take cumulative just crossing over. All right, following through. Nice look here. I took half off of those SPY. SPY took half of those calls off. Lee Star, you're doing a great job, man. Doing a great job. We're going to keep going, it looks like. Looks like we're going to keep going. All right, Western Digital looks like it's going to turn back up. Looking for it to push above VWAP. SPY continuation. Facebook. Facebook. Killer trade on Facebook. All right, let's look at the daily now. Facebook, big move. Facebook. Facebook is up 11 bucks. All right, Facebook doing well. Still going. SPY's starting to flag now. All right, Facebook. Look at the relative volume. All right, SPY. Yikes. This looks like it's going to be one of those days. Keep some on. This looks like you're just going to keep going today. VIX still dropping off.
Senator Manchin of West Virginia says he opposes the nomination of Dr. Robert Calla for FDA commissioner.
All right, SPY coming back a little bit now. Giving a little bit back. Take a little bit more off. All right, SPY took a little bit more off. All right, 112% on this last sale, 125% on the first on those SPY calls that we rolled out. All right. Still potential for a follow through. Just watching it happen. All right, doing well. Baidu flagging at the highs. Maybe take some profits off here if you're scalping it. All right, SPY pulling back. All right, so you guys are and ladies are fine in the room, it looks like. Doing a great job. Tick cumulative. Fast signal has crossed over now. The fast signal has crossed over. It should turn green. We could see more follow through. It's a Friday and not quite 12 o'clock yet, so
TRIT mentioned as a Zacks blockchain innovators buy.
looking for a squeeze breakout on
TRIT.
Freeport McMoran. All right, MJ starting to see some buyers. MJ seeing buyers.
Triterra seeing some big volume coming in now. Tango Romeo India Tango, TRIT.
All right, watch Chronos and other names in the group. Chronos, CRON, Chronos. Nice turn, dip, a dip buy. Well, let's see what the daily looks like. This is above the 50-day. So over the next several weeks, we should see confirmation. The change in direction is underway, has just started, so there's no hurry. The object is to make money. I'd like to do it for weeks at a time, so entries and scalps. Once we get past this little choppy action right in here, canopy growth, CGC. All right, that's above the 50-day, but you can see it's just starting to transition. Still a possibility it gets rejected, but watching the other stocks in the group like Tilray above the 921 and 50-day. So this looks very promising. It's in the beginning stages of coming out of phase one, the base, into phase two, the markup, where institutions lift their offers. You can see back here, it looks like they've been buying. Confirmation. Okay, ACB, cheap stock, ACB, Aurora Cannabis. It doesn't move that much. Today it's up 32 cents, got an ATR of just over 40 cents, but it's another confirmation, so that looks good. What's Bitcoin doing? BTC USD. All right, Bitcoin is taking a breather today. That's okay. Coming back to the 21-day. Could come back to the 50-day, and we'll see. Looking for buyers to step up. Hertz, looking for a follow through. DWAC. All right, looking for the follow through. Nice job, Daniel, on Microsoft. Microsoft. Nice follow through on Microsoft.
MGI, MoneyGram,
Still going. Let's see, Microsoft. Let's check out Microsoft for Daniel. I have a position as well, Microsoft. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft ATR of $5. $5. It's up 439. So we could see a breakout. If we get a breakout above 338, 339, 339 would signal the breakout. A lot of stocks look like this. Look at Costco. Costco, very similar kind of look. Came back to the 90 MA. Looks like it's going to break out today. Costco. I love Costco, the business. Not crazy about the politics. Another example of politics. The CEO, at least the one that I used to know, I don't know if he's still there, very, very opposite side of the spectrum. Anyway, Costco continues, Microsoft continuing. Bank of New York Mellon looking for a bounce. Hertz, Freeport, flagging, MJ, going, FedEx, FedEx looking for the follow through. J&J looking for it to push. Now that people took profits off in the morning on the gap up, let's see if it does follow through. J&J. SPY looks like it wants to keep going, right? This dip gets bought, VIX should drop off. If this dip is going to get bought, we should see VIX drop off. VIX has still got a long way to go. It could get down in the 15s, so 14 handle possible. SPY looks like it wants to keep going. Okay, looks very strong. Futures still look very strong. Qs, the FANG stocks, all dipped recently. So there goes Apple. Wow. Zoom. There goes NVIDIA. All right, NVIDIA looked really good yesterday. NVIDIA, okay. NVIDIA's got an ATR of 12 bucks. NVIDIA's up $1. NVIDIA could just do a ripper here. Watch NVIDIA. It's a Friday, so I wouldn't do a big trade, but it's a little high right now. Yeah, and the dealers they got the options bid up pretty high here. A 40 delta is going to set you back $7.60. So you need to do a spread or maybe a calendar. Okay, maybe you do. You could also do like Rob does. Rob likes to sell premium. He might sell the 295s. He might sell the 295s and puts for premium. Watch the stock take off to the upside. $30 delta is a $5 on NVIDIA. NVIDIA has the potential to run. I don't know if it's going to do it on a Friday, but it's got $12 ATR. The odds are you need to wait for a dip. All right, so it's got a nice move today so far. There's no guarantee it's going to pull back from this level. Could just continue higher. RSI is a bit overbought. MACD's stochastic. I would wait. Maybe you get a little dip in NVIDIA for a swing into next week. Maybe start setting up some thoughts for next week. VIX is starting to turn here, so don't buy anything right now. VIX is starting to show it rear its head. All right, I just got a question about PayPal. Did I buy PayPal? I did not buy PayPal yet. You saw the weekly time frame. PayPal is a nice bounce here. Let me take another look at the daily PayPal, weekly. We marked this up yesterday. Weekly, the daily, still basing.
SEC rejects the VanEck spot Bitcoin ETF.
All right, so futures are starting to flag. We do have up volume green for both the NYSE and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is still leading. Tick cumulative has crossed. Tick is telling us they're buying the dip. We got a crossover. Nice job on Netflix, Cat. Nice job. NVIDIA, we're waiting for a dip on NVIDIA. Personally, I think the day is done. I'm not going to do a whole lot other than maybe take some more profits off the table. Western Digital gets going. Maybe we'll do something there. The semiconductors look good. Let me just check this again. Let's see if there's any change. Any change? All right, growth obviously in play. We saw that early on. Now, so with S&P moving higher, tick cumulative turning up, what does that tell you? They're buying the dip. I see a confirmation on tick cumulative. It's fast signal crossed up on the 60-minute. We're above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute as well, SPY. And we see buyers stepping up at the low of the day on both growth, tech, software, hardware, networking, security stocks. All of those look good. Semiconductors and materials, energy, metals and mining, financials, and industrials all catching a bid. So you want to be buying the dip. You want to be buying the dip. All of them look good. Let's take a look at financials. Financials, look at this. All right, so for the past 7 days, right, you've got buyers right at the 90 EMA. See those little wicks? That's what I'm looking at. I want to see people still buying. I don't want to see a red candle. I don't want to see all red candles, for example. I don't want to see this kind of thing over here. At the 21-day, red candles with no buyers at the low of the day, that's an early warning sign that you're about to get slapped across the face with a trout. However, the opposite's the case here. You got the 921 and 50-day turning up and to the right. That's telling you buyers have been down here right around 39.75, pretty active for 7 days. They keep buying the dip up here. On Monday, it gapped up and faded. So the banks most likely being affected by the 10-year yield. The 10s, the 5s, the 2s, they're all seeing a bid in the yields. All right, so that's going to help the banks if this starts to move higher. So, you know, people are worried about the 10s, the 2s, and the 5s, the yields, but you know, the markets move higher. The 10-year moves higher, and then it consolidates. So it's not really like going nuts. It's not going bonkers just yet. It's just looking like if this was a stock, you'd be thinking, okay, nice consolidation. I'm not looking for a huge rip to 20 or 2%. Okay, it's got a 60-cent move. All right, so that looks good. Let's go take a look at bonds. This is more for the, watch the SPY here, might be a buy. VIX is dropping off for another scalp on SPY. You might want to try it. If VIX drops off here, that would be your confirmation signal. Watch your 60-minute tick cumulative fast signal crossed over, so that's a confirmation. Okay, the fourth for Monday. I want to trade Monday calls now. I don't want to trade today's calls. You can scalp today's calls, but I like Monday better.
Tobin Smith of Transformity Research has an $8 price target on Hotel Charlie Delta India, HCDI.
All right, watching this for a buy on this flag. VIX needs a drop. So have your 1 minute chart on your VIX and your SPY right next to each other. It's good to watch the two. If VIX drops off here, then it might be a buy and a breakout. We're up $3.15. We were looking for 1% today. Remember, we were looking for 1%. Okay, so I assume, LA, that you're looking for a buy of this breakout. I'm looking for VIX to drop off. If it does, I'm looking at Monday calls. I'm looking at the 467s. We're just out of the money. Okay, but VIX is holding very tight here. So, but the fact that so many of these sectors are working is a good sign. All right, let's go take a look at sectors. Keep an eye on SPY. Yell at me if I'm not paying attention. But let's see, sectors. All right, so we're still fading. VIX is hanging in there, so no trade just yet. Okay, so this is something interesting too. I'm going to get off the subject a little bit. But a few weeks ago in the weekend video, I told you, look at the XOY XLP ratio. Whenever this is rising, that's bullish for markets. Okay, yeah, we did have a little fade the beginning of the week. We did have a little fade. All right. Did have this little fade starting off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. We're holding Friday. So look at what this is telling you. When XLY backs off, when the ratio backs off, that's telling you to take it a little slow. If this turns back, take it a little more cautious. If this starts to turn back up, like the equal weight in the top panel, that's the equal weight index. Equal weight discretionary versus staples. Consumer discretionary, you buy things that you don't need when you got extra money, when you're not worried about the markets. More importantly, when institutions are buying discretionary stocks like retail, consumer discretionary, whenever they're buying, that's telling you that you should be thinking more bullish. Buy the dips, sell the rips. So the upper panel shows you the equal weight, meaning the big stocks like Amazon don't weight it down. Watch, we're fading here. Amazon, the big stock, the top two consumer discretionary names are Amazon and Home Depot. Okay, so I'm watching that. So I guess what I'm getting at is, like, don't press your luck from this point. All right, be a little bit more cautious. If you took 10 calls this morning, maybe you do 2 or 5, right? Maybe just close your positions and call it a day. Go play golf. Go take a run. Go swimming if you live south in Florida. Go surfing. Do something. Go outside. Enjoy the day. You made a nice return in the morning. You took SPY calls at the low when the lows held. And volume came in. But still watching VIX here. I got an open order to buy the 467 calls for Monday. It's just sitting here not doing anything. And just watching. So anyway, the sectors look good. All right, so let me go back and let's take a look at the rest. Okay, retail is consolidating, but it's not breaking out. The volume is not off the charts. So it's telling me retail is done fairly well today. It bounced on Wednesday. All right, we're back up to the highs. We're a diamond-shaped pattern, looking for the breakout or the breakdown. Let's look. There's no hurry, in other words. No hurry. All right, so communications is doing well. Why? Facebook is the #1 weighted name in the communications group. Disney's also in there, streaming, Disney. You've got Charter. Boy, Disney looks ugly. Charter. I want to see Jimmy explain that. Farmer Jim. Now they have deeper pockets. They can sell premium, right? He can be selling calls up here for premium, naked. Or he's got the position. So, but I don't like Disney at all. I do not like this pattern. Okay, I hate to use the word hate, but I hate patterns that are discombobulated or sideways or don't give you a good sense. Whereas something like Nike, for example, gives you a nice trend. And when the buyers show up, it's pretty freaking obvious that buyers are coming in. Okay. Do I want to buy Nike here? No, I want to wait for the next day. Same thing we did with Baidu yesterday. Baidu today was a good entry. Off the 21 day yesterday, we wanted to see a second bullish day. We got it today. You probably made a profit on Baidu. Okay, so not buying SPY. All right, so we could dip a little bit. So we could come back to 465.50 or so. Oh, that's a good idea. You know what Lee Star is really great at doing? Lee Star, okay? You know what Rick is really good at doing? Now watch, I guarantee you he's going to post a chart like this pretty soon. Okay, so what you're looking for? All right, you're looking at the low yesterday. So let's look at, sometimes it's best to just stop and regroup, okay? So I could take today's low, but I'm going to take yesterday's closing. I'm going to take the closing level from yesterday. I'm going to bring my Fibonacci's up here, and I want to see where VWAP is. 232 is right there. Okay, there's your close from yesterday. Okay, 463.76. We had a flat VWAP. We had a nice pop this morning. Why do I want to buy the high? The answer is I don't want to buy the high. I want to buy a pullback. All right, 50% retracement would be right there at the 240E, confluence, and VWAP. So that's what I'd be watching for. Now you watch. Rick will probably, he's already probably had this marked up anyway. Okay, sorry. I'll show you what I'm looking at here. Okay. Okay, so I'll look at the yesterday's close right here, and I'll look at today's high, and then I'll look at where are my Fibonacci's. Now institutions will look to buy. Now if this does not pull back, that would be a hugely bullish signal. If this doesn't pull back, this flag doesn't pull back to say 236, the way you look at Fibonacci's, the way I've learned to look at Fibonacci's is okay, the more a stock pulls back or asset pulls back into the Fibonacci levels, remember computers are looking at this too, algos are looking at this, the more it pulls back, the less strong the stock. So in other words, to rephrase it, if it only pulls back to 236, that's much stronger than if it pulls back to 382 or 50%. Now we're just talking about intraday, so VWAP and 240E are right there at 50%. So that's what I'd be looking for. Now the bears are probably gaming this. They're probably taking puts up here, which means if we do pop it, and this is a very strong trend, if we do pop it, we'll take those stops out, and that's more fuel for a push higher. Watch VIX. VIX will be your signal. All right, so I'm going to watch this for a few minutes with you guys and ladies. AMD, new high of the day, following through. All right, so SPY looks like it's going to get going here. All right, so watch the SPY. VIX needs to drop off first. I could buy SPY right here, but VIX needs to drop. VIX is hanging out at 1640. All right, so you get the idea here. You got the low, you got the high. We didn't even pull back to 236. That's telling you it's a pretty strong trend right now. The likelihood of a breakout is pretty decent if we don't pull back. Being it's a Friday and we're going into lunch, I'm thinking this is a pivot. All right, so if you're a new member, we look for these A pivots. Right about this time is when you look for an A pivot. Okay. You get this A pivot. All right, you get the morning run. People like us that took the morning run, you made a nice profit. Those people will take a break. Those people will take a break. The A pivot, people like us took the morning breakout. Those calls did very well. Now, B and C could come very quickly, and it could be right in the zone. So let's see what happens here. VIX needs to drop off for a valid signal for me. Tick cumulative is showing they're buying the dip, almost 2-to-1 on the NASDAQ. You could try SPY here with a stop underneath the flag. Volume is tapering off, however. Look at the volume tapering off. If this takes off to the upside and volume spikes, no blocks so far. We got 3 blocks. All right, so I'm not sure who's gaming this right now, but I'm waiting. I can miss a trade. We had a beautiful trade this morning. Okay, SPY looks like it's going to go here. SPY looks like it wants to go. I just bought some 467 calls, looking for the breakout. All right, so I bought the 467s. For Monday, sorry, Monday, not Monday, Monday. 25-cent stop if this keeps going. VIX is dropping off. VIX dropping. VIX is dropping off. That's a valid signal. We should run here. I'm looking for scalps. I had a 25-cent stop. I'm looking for 50 cents on the calls. Okay. So can we get a follow through?
WNW, Wunong Med Technology, halted on a circuit breaker at the high whiskey, November whiskey.
Okay. All right, SPY's going. All right, so you can see how this didn't pull back at all, which is telling you telling you that this is a very strong trend and that I'm going to have to reset my Fibonacci's. This isn't the high of the day yet. So it looked like the high of the day, but proving us wrong as VIX is dropping off and volume is starting to come in. We still don't have a lot of blocks. Futures are going. All right, it's about 4 minutes till CNBC. Q still looked the best. Q still looked the best. Tick Cumulative gave us a valid signal as well. They're buying the dip. It's not my opinion. When Tick Cumulative crosses over, that's a signal. The only way that can move higher is that if they're taking more stocks, buying more stocks on the uptick than they're selling on the downtick, cumulatively speaking. All right, watch VIX here. VIX. apologize for constantly coughing in your ear. Let me grab a bottle of water. That'll help. Watch your calls here. I'll move my stops to flat on the next bullish candle that pops towards 468. I'll move my stops to flat. All right, so no follow through yet. All right, so I'll flatten this trade shortly. All right, VIX is starting to turn up. All right, so SPY's just sitting here. All right, let me readjust this. The high of the day is in, maybe. Lunchtime. What the hell? All right, it's starting to pull back a little bit. It could just be lunchtime. The lunchtime trade. There's just no volume. Only 3 blocks. All right, so do we lift here? Let's see if we lift. The moving averages are climbing with price. All right, let me put the 9 EMA on here too. 9 EMA. Rising along with price. All right, there's the 9 EMA. Okay, there's your 9 EMA. There's VWAP and the 20 EMA, the green line. All right, so this looks pretty good. So far, so good. All right. All right, it's lunchtime. All right, I'm sorry. I have to take one more break here.
WNW resumed and then halted again at the highs $5.18. Whiskey November whiskey.
Seriously? You think? All right, sorry about that. VIX is grinding lower but not dropping off. NVIDIA, nice follow through. NVIDIA. All right, so looking for a follow through on NVIDIA. Microsoft still pushing. Apple looks good. Facebook still grinding higher. Facebook. All right, the market stocks look pretty good though. Digital Turbine pulling back more. What's AFRM doing? AFRM. AFRM. Okay, it's only off 350 now. AFRM. All right, let me tune into these guys. All right, watch SPY here.
We saw that.
VIX is starting to spike up. I'm going to take the SPY calls off.
And by the way, that also bounced back because the 10-year is artificially suppressed in terms of the yield because there was massive short coverage. And we saw that in the numbers. It's not hyperbole.
Still sitting there flat. VIX is in the bottom of its range.
We're back to where we are in the 10-year not that long ago, a week and a half ago or so. So as long as it stays under control, I think we're okay. But to me, what's driving it is not the monthly prints that we see on inflation numbers or unemployment. It's what Toyota said today. Toyota said, we're going to be back to full production because we see the supply chain easing up. So the market
Western Digital sitting on top of VWAP. Western Digital.
and the Nasdaq's up today, despite you seeing a slight uptick in yields. So that is the most important element. To me, the Fed can't control the inflation. They're going to be patient, and I do believe a lot of it's transitory. But nonetheless, some of it's not. Labor costs are not transitory. You can't go to somebody and say, hey, I gave you this 10% raise. I'm taking it back now. Supply chain's kicking in again. You can't do that. So you have to decide where that's going to hurt the market and where the market's going to pay less attention to it.
All right, we're sitting right on the 9 EMA.
So I think the market still looks good. Seasonally, it's a good
Netflix looks good.
I think that it's a momentum-driven market, both on the upside as well as the downside.
Netflix, nice follow through.
It's punitive.
Netflix is up 20. We've had days with Netflix would just follow through.
We don't care about the fact that they may have to taper quicker or raise rates
$17. It's up 20, 21.
or dare I say get worse.
All right, stochastics is turning, so
Nobody has suggested that
coming off of the 21 day, very good entry.
today, and
I see Steven took profits on.
certainly isn't showing it.
All right, let's look at communications.
Because information flows so quickly. To me, in my view, the base case now is that the Fed starts in June, tapering. They pulled it forward, so the market's pulled it forward despite what the Fed said. And because this dialogue really seeps out into the market, it becomes the new benchmark that the market's okay with it. If you pulled it forward to March, so to your question, the market would care if you pulled it
Fox.
forward to March, but June, March got comfortable with it. It's
Fox
gotten comfortable
A.
with 50 or 75 bips. It's going to be a very manageable 25 bips.
All right, so
So I'd say that's the new bar that we're dealing with right now.
All right, so Dr. J, in the context of where we are and where we go from here, we digest inflation this week and we get through it pretty good. We may miss the
SPY at the 9 EMA looking for a follow through.
we've been on, but it's okay
Stocks look very strong here.
to take a bit of a breather. Anyway, we do have to consider though where we want to be positioned. And on that note, I look at a Bank of America flow show note today, which says you had the largest outflow from tech since June. I wonder what the message in that is too. That okay, the Nasdaq's outperforming today. Do we need to think about the longevity of the tech trade in an environment where rates may continue to go up? Clearly, some institutions are, and they're raising cash from tech.
Well,
Netflix is still going.
talking to the guy on the panel that probably is the heaviest into tech, Scott.
That's why I asked you that question, Dr.
Microsoft,
J.
Tesla. Exactly, because you're a pro.
Yuck, yuck, yuck. He's not a pro. He's a jerk.
Nice move today on some
All right, so VIX is rolling over here.
with Microsoft.
VIX rolling over.
Tesla's got to deal with Elon Musk's tweets and his polls, and occasional sales now as well. But other than that, tech is just fine, Scott. I think it'll continue.
Holding the 9 EMA.
Fine. In fact, we just shot over to Prashant and your team the spider, the SPY of the S&P 500. That just showed 73,000 calls being bought at the December 472 strike. Now, that's only about 1.5, 1.7% out of the money right now. Certainly, we can get there like
All right,
that.
SPY looks like it's going to go.
$9 million bet because those
Nigerian talking up SPY.
they bought 73,000 of them. They're controlling $3.4 billion worth of stock with that purchase. So I would stack that up against some of the outflows, perhaps, that retail has taken versus a big institutional sized trade like this that says we're going higher into December. And like I say, that's a pretty big bet. I want to ride with those big bets rather than with people that are not dumb, but that are basically
basically balancing their positions, perhaps. This is an end of the year. I'm going to ride this thing, higher. That was what that bet told me. So I'm all the more comfortable with my tech bet right now.
That's why, Josh, I posed the question the way I did at the very top of the show, of whether it confirms or questions the move in the overall market. The Nasdaq being where it is seems to me to be yet another signal that we're only confirming the rally this week. If you're able to withstand the kind of move that we saw in rates and what may continue to go from here, and yet the Nasdaq is trying to get a 1% gain on the day, that has to be viewed as nothing but bullish.
Yeah, I just feel like the Nasdaq is highly dominated by 5 to 10 very large companies, and so what you're seeing there may not be that great of an indicator for the rest of your portfolio, unless you're in the Qs specifically. Because when you look at some of the technology stocks that have been struggling, there's really no bounce in sight for any of them. Twitter and Snap look like death on toast. Teladoc looks awful. Zoom looks awful. Zillow doesn't seem like it's bottomed yet. I don't even want to talk about Peloton.
Don't do it. Carrie's here. Don't talk about Peloton. Carrie, I don't want to upset Carrie on Friday. Be nice. Come on. Don't do that.
Sorry, Carrie, I love you. I'm sorry. Carrie, I love you. I'm sorry. Listen. I look at that. I look at that, and it actually makes me happy. Not because I like people to lose money in any stocks, but because I like that there's dispersion. We're not just unilaterally buying every stock for no reason blindly. There are companies that are struggling and not doing as well as the larger names, the Nasdaq, and with good reason, they're not going up. But then you look at some of the technology names that are doing way better than the FANGs, just in terms of growth rate. Look at Snowflake, look at Unity. These stocks are just making crazy moves. Unity's at an all-time high right now, plus 5% on the day. So, you have that dispersion even within tech. I think it's very healthy. I like to see it, even when it works against me. PayPal is a stock that I own. That's a very large technology stock.
I want to go there
I know
next.
people think it's a finance stock.
That's exactly what I want to do, though. I wanted to segue to PayPal. It's the third worst NASDAQ 100 stock this week. So let's just do it now. It's down like 10% this week.
Consider this your segue. This stock is a buy. I own it in the 100s, but I might add.
All right, so PayPal looks like it's going to get going on this this bullish commentary.
But understand this: if you
It'll
talk
cause
about
shorts to cover for sure.
Nasdaq right now that are not yet $1 trillion, but plausibly have a big enough TAM, big enough cash flows, big enough financial flexibility, and a large enough brand name to someday get there. This is one of those names. PayPal is accepted by 75% of the 1,500 largest merchants in the world. 416 million active users right now, including 383 million of them are consumers. This is the most accepted digital wallet that exists. They are transforming from just being payments into what we call financial super apps. There's only going to be room for a couple of financial super apps that do everything from lending, trading, insurance. PayPal has a shot to be that. Most consumers are not going to have 7 financial apps on their front page of their iPhone. So when you look at where they've been expanding, QR code business, payment by QR code, growing by gangbusters. Crypto trading is now on the platform. Buy now, pay later. Huge volumes already. That thing is in its infancy. So there are opportunities for people that want to buy tech stocks and don't want to pay an all-time record high. This stock has lost $60 billion in market cap over the last few months. This is the type of thing that if I'm not exposed enough to growth, large cap growth, that's somewhere that you could look.
All right, Carrie, he's speaking your language now.
I love it. I love it.
Forgive me, Carrie.
So exactly. Yes, I do love you, and I think
I love you. I love you, man.
We have owned PayPal for years. We have sold it because it's gotten to be such a big position for us. We think it's really attractive here, and the market right now punishes any company that comes out with slightly less than what the most grandiose guidance could be, and that happened with PayPal. And think about what's going on. They had 30% growth in transactions. They've signed a deal with Amazon and Venmo, and that's going to be an incredible catalyst for business over the next few years. I mean,
sent it over to Kerry.
I think Josh's view is way too narrow. The Nasdaq's just not moving up because of the big ones. Look at the SMH. That's trading at a high, and that's got dogs in it like Intel holding it back. Imagine where it would be. So it is broad. It's not Apple. It's not Amazon. It's technology overall. That's what's driving it.
All right, there goes PayPal. PayPal is ripping higher on this news.
You know, I'm not there yet.
All right, nice little base, and then right there when they started mentioning it.
But it's also more competitive space now than it has been in the past. So some things have changed. It's a question of how they navigate that competition as the pricing power doesn't stay with them anymore, but it stays with the ones that are using PayPal who have more leverage now than they've had in the past.
All right,
So I come out favorably on it, but I haven't done enough work. One more thing, Scott. I do have a small position. Scott mentioned it in Unity. To me, that is, you have two companies that are in the metaverse driving it. One is, of course, Epic Games, and the other is Unity. So you got to own one of them.
All right, Unity's up near 7%. But back to PayPal. Let's put that back up because you guys are definitely moving that stock as you talk so bullishly about it. Dr. J, you don't own it, but you like the space. You just choose to play in the Square sandbox instead of PayPal. Why?
Well, I took profits on PayPal when it ran to the upside, Scott. And even this week, when they announced that Amazon was going to take Venmo for payments, I still had it into that this week in the after hours. And luckily, it made a nice pop into the 230 or more high. Perhaps it was even above that. But then they came out and warned on the guidance going forward, and that's when the stock cratered back down. So when I got out of it, I should have bought it back, of course, at 200 when it got there. I didn't do that, and obviously regret it now because it's higher, but still nowhere near the levels I got out. Maybe we go on a buying spree here, Scott, where they do focus, as Josh and Kerry and Stephen have said, on this
PayPal.
particular name. And if they do, I probably won't jump back.
All right, so what I'd be looking for is a little dip now.
Upside call buying. I'll wait. I'll try to be patient and get it back around that 200 level.
We're going to keep watching that.
Yeah, see, that's exactly what John said is what I'm thinking.
Bullish talk from our own committee members. The other big stock story today clearly is J&J. Splitting into two businesses, as we've heard throughout the day, starting on Squawk Box this morning. How lucky we are to have you, Kerry, today. Not that you own the stock, but you did used to run the healthcare and biotech fund at Fidelity. So I want your perspective. What would the Fidelity fund manager focused on this space think of a move like this with this name?
Well, you have to be positive if you're thinking that J&J has 2/3 of its business in healthcare. It's 1/3 consumer, and the consumer side has been a drag on the multiple, and I think on the universe of potential buyers and analysts who follow the stock. It's a hybrid company, and the world is much more specialized in terms of how we look at companies and the way people who analyze them, talk about them, and own them have become. So this breakup, I think, is only for the positive for J&J. Consumer staples traded below a market multiple.
Vic's trying to turn here.
Band-Aid and Neutrogena, they have many good staple businesses within that umbrella. But if you think about where on the healthcare side there's potential for multiple expansion, and biotech is the highest multiple group within healthcare. I mean, generally it is. And if J&J can command a multiple that's 25 to 30 on that business, the pharmaceutical business may be lower, but they're going to position themselves as higher growth and more on the biotech, biopharma side. Think about the vaccine that was produced. I mean, I call that biotech, even though Pfizer has one, but it's cutting edge. It's new age biology and chemistry, and therefore this should be positive for owners of the stock. And I think it's the move. It's where we're going. We saw this with GE. We're going to see it with other companies. They glom everything together and then they break apart, and this will be good.
The hope, Dr. J, is that you get an Abbott and AbbVie situation out of whatever J&J ends up being, because let's say an Abbott is up 300% since that split, and AbbVie is up 240%. So it's been a win-win for shareholders in both. I'm somewhat surprised to read from your notes to our producers today that you're somewhat skeptical that this is the right move. Why do you think that?
Well, sometimes obviously a lot of this J&J, I think, is because of that talcum issue, the powder and the lawsuits that were around that versus their medical side of their business, Scott. But this is one of those companies where, yeah, they're going to try to release some extra value by doing this. We know Third Point is going after Royal Dutch Shell, obviously completely different sector, but nonetheless to try to release some of that value. To me, it didn't make Johnson & Johnson more interesting than it was before. I've traded this one, but it's not a core holding of mine.
Steve Weiss, what do you think of this?
Look, I think it's a great move, both to shield the assets in the pharma area, as John mentioned, because of the talc lawsuits and judgments that are there and more that are coming. But we've seen this. Companies do it. This is a high-profile one, as was GE. But XPO and GXO did it. Look at the value they created. Ferrari being spun out. And that's one of the reasons why I own Volkswagen, because I think they'll spin out their luxury brands, including Porsche. So if you can separate the business, J&J specifically, you've got a slow-growing business in highly competitive areas that doesn't have much IP there versus their pharmaceutical drug business. That is a much better business, potentially faster growing. They're getting penalized for it.
Yeah. All right. We're going to take a quick break. Straight ahead, a rare downgrade for darling NVIDIA ahead of its earnings next week. We're going to debate that call. We'll talk about one of the committee members who's making moves in the stock as well. We'll do that in 2 minutes.
All right, I already scalped PayPal once. Looking to scalp it again on any dip. All right, if they keep buying, it's a Friday, so it was a pretty quick scalp. All right, PayPal. It looks like it's going to bounce again. Looks like it's going to bounce again and follow through. All right, spot. It looks like PayPal wants to bounce again. FedEx, Johnson & Johnson, Johnson & Johnson going, J&J going.
Welcome back. I'm Rahel Solomon, and here is our CNBC News update at this hour. The judge in the Wisconsin
J&J, got a big move on J&J right here. J&J on the move.
And the fatal shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum. This comes after days of testimonies wrapped up yesterday. And for full coverage of the trial involving Kyle Rittenhouse, tune
Shepard Smith tonight. A court in military ruled Myanmar sentencing detained U.S. journalist Danny Fenster to 11 years in prison. The court found Fenster guilty on several charges, including incitement. He still faces additional charges for allegedly violating counterterrorism law and covering treason and sedition. Olympic gold medalist Suni Lee saying that she was recently the victim of anti-Asian violence. In an interview, Lee revealed that she and her friends had racist slurs shouted at them by a passing car. And as the vehicle sped off, one of the passengers pepper sprayed the group, striking Lee in the arm. And a new version of a lawsuit over Subway's tuna now claims lab testing shows that it contains animal proteins such as chicken, pork, and cattle. Meanwhile, Subway responded in a statement that it will seek to dismiss the, quote, reckless and improper lawsuit. You are now up to date. Scott, I'll send it back to you.
Just in time for lunch. Thank you very much, Rahel, for that. Not really. Rahel's solid. All right. Time now for our call of the day. We're at downgrade for NVIDIA. Wedbush cutting their rating to neutral from outperform. It's a valuation call. Josh Brown, I'm going to give you the first crack at this because this is your
NVIDIA pump.
In more ways than one.
NVIDIA getting pumped now.
It's a valuation call. There's no negative catalyst. They're upfront in saying that. What do we do with this?
It's one of the most ridiculous things I've ever read. I'm going to quote directly from it so that you understand the degree of ridiculous. This is like Lewis Carroll doing semiconductor stock research. While typically we would want to tie a rating change to some sort of negative catalyst, frankly, there is none. Conditions rather have only improved for NVIDIA over the past 3 months. We believe the combination of unprecedented demand for both data center and client offerings will allow NVIDIA to again exceed expectations next week. Then there's a lot more good things. And then the problem is that they can't stretch their multiple that they want to assign to it to get to a level where the stock has upside from here, which I understand that, but here's the thing. This guy had a $220 target on it. The whole time, it ran from 200 to 300. So what are we even talking about here? My advice, throw the targets out.
Ooh,
Targets are not useful.
brutal.
Just comment on the state of the business and how things are going. Because, frankly, the market doesn't care about a lot of the ways that stocks like these have historically been valued.
True.
It's not Texas
True.
Instruments. They're not stamping widgets. It's a company that's involved literally in the transformation of the world. The next phase, the fourth industrial revolution, is marrying the physical world to the digital world. That's what us.
I think
in
Raoul
Raoul
Pal had a very good term for it. The next age is not the industrial age, the fourth generation. It's the exponential age. Everything is going to happen so fast with AI and bots and everything else.
when we try to figure out what it's worth today, what it could be worth tomorrow.
Raoul Pal, P-A-L. He's very insightful thinker. You should check him out on Twitter. He posts a lot of commentary from time to time. I like Raoul. He's a really good guy.
It's up 50% in 3 months. You don't have any sort of sit back and say,
But I could have said that at any point. The stock's up 100%. I'm in this stock. I'm in this stock long enough. I think it's like 14 or 1500% higher. At any point, that could have been the argument to sell. And I'm not saying people shouldn't sell.
PayPal,
This stock has
the 210 or the 207.50?
to the point where
PayPal.
a down 20%
Johnson & Johnson's still going here.
after an earnings disappointment, which is entirely feasible, would hurt you, then yes, you should take some off. But not because somebody felt like, well, I might as well downgrade it because it went up so much.
Yeah, I hear you.
Come up with a reason to right-size your position. By the way, it's entirely possible NVIDIA trades lower after its earnings. You have never heard me come on the show and say, buy it because of the earnings. I have no edge on what the earnings will be. I never said I did. I'm just saying there's got to be a better reason to buy and sell things than what I just read to you.
I mean, Kramer's comments today were the same, and it sounds a lot to me, Steve Weiss, how he describes Apple. You know, okay, so if the stock goes up a lot, you may be tempted to sell a little bit, but his point is own it, don't trade it. And similarly, this morning he says you sell it and try to get back in.
All right, PayPal. Yeah, the 207.50s, Frano, or the 210s. The 210s are a 48 delta, 46 delta. I like at least a 40 delta. PayPal's going to go again. PayPal's going to go again.
But look, what Josh said to me is the thing that's scariest about this market. To say that you should not have any investment discipline on valuation. The analyst had a buy on. Forget what his price target is. He's had a buy on. He's got a discipline. He's saying, I can't justify going further. We take profits all the time. To say that this is a special case, forget about valuation as momentum. That's why you have Rivian. And if you have all these Rivians and all these NVIDIAs, I'm not saying NVIDIA should be sold. I'm saying that you've got to have a discipline in investing. The analyst has a discipline. I applaud the analyst for selling it. He's not saying it can't go further. It's going to be a good quarter. That's clear. But at some point, you got to say, look, I got to look at these names. I've got to, again, I'm not overstating the word, have a discipline. It's got discipline. It's not pie in the sky. It's going to grow forever. It may, but we're in a moment in time here with some of these names, with the GameStops, which is still $200, and with Rivian, which is absolutely asinine where it is. And you can't just say that on every name. You just can't. And you can't criticize somebody for having a different discipline than you have. Period.
How about I give Josh the floor to respond to you?
I agree with Steve, but I didn't say any of those words they just put into my mouth.
I paraphrase and took what you said in 15 minutes and 2 minutes.
No, you invented a straw man to argue against, and I actually agree with the point you made. But I didn't say valuation
One thing
doesn't
you're not
matter.
so straw
You
man.
like to say that. Well, you like to say that, but I don't ever say valuation doesn't matter. My point was different. First of all, he didn't say sell it. He cut it to a neutral, which in my world, I don't know what neutral means. You either buy or sell. But what he actually said was he raised his target. He raised his target, listen to me now, from 220 to 300, and then said I'm downgrading it. That's what's ridiculous to me, and I'm not saying valuation doesn't matter. I'm saying the valuation on the stock historically has not and currently should not correspond to the way we're valuing a run-of-the-mill semiconductor company that is not involved in the end markets that NVIDIA is involved in. That's a different argument, my friend.
So you just said valuation doesn't matter in NVIDIA, but it matters elsewhere. You shouldn't look
No,
at
I
valuation.
didn't.
Just
No,
look
I
at what it's
didn't.
doing and saving the word. You just said that.
Keep
Josh.
saying,
Sit back.
keep saying that
Few
sentence
words,
that
Josh.
has
You get
yet
the point
to,
of
that
this.
has yet to
Take
come
these
out
two
of my
off
mouth.
now. Josh didn't say that.
Give you
Weiss
disappointing points here.
Weiss is
I agree with you that
not hearing what Josh said. I heard what he said.
cutting a stock simply because it won't conform to a narrative that you have based on other companies that you think it should be related to is probably not great advice. And my evidence for that is what this stock has done the entire way up. It's been expensive every day of my life and your life for the last 5 years. It's never been cheap. That has not actually been the determinant of where the share price goes. So look, they could come out, they could disappoint, maybe the guidance isn't great, the stock will get hammered. I agree with that idea. So I do think people should manage risk and manage position size.
Okay,
I just don't think arbitrary price targets are helping anyone.
Josh, we only have to 1 o'clock. So when you said it's never been cheap to me, I hate that term with valuation. Okay? Never been cheap.
When has
That's
it been? When has it
valuation.
been up? When
Some
has it been?
some stocks.
When
Josh,
has it
let me
been a cheap
finish.
stock?
Stop. Josh, let me finish. Josh, let me finish. Some stocks hold valuations that are very high. We've got Amazon that's doing it. We had Netflix that did it for a while until it grew to its valuation. The market's full of them. I own Unity. I don't own it on valuation. I own it because it's one of 2 primary assets in the metaverse right now.
So does that get an exception?
I'm just saying that he made an opinion. He made a call. There's a scarcity of the asset there. NVIDIA owns the data center. They own gaming, but others will be there. So I have nothing wrong with it. I owned NVIDIA calls. I sold them because the time value was eroding. I'd like to go back in. I can go higher. What I was taking exception to, even though you keep denying it, but you keep using the word not cheap. That's valuation. I think we just have to be
No,
careful
I know.
in terms of what we communicate.
I think he
But you own
articulated.
stocks that are not cheap either. So I don't understand your point. Is every stock you want a value stock?
You're
talking about?
right. I'm
Dr.
not
J.
arguing that you own stocks like that.
Dr. J, you get the last word.
Well, thank you. The single easiest thing to do here, Scott, is if anybody has a little bit of acumen, which both of these, as well as of course Kerry, do, both of these two gentlemen, is you keep rolling your calls up because that
Yep.
way you're constantly pulling money off the table.
Yep.
And then you're
Yep.
rolling
Yep.
up to
Yep.
a higher strike price.
Perfect.
You're never going to have that 20% drawdown that Josh talks about if you do that. Instead, you're going to be riding it as it keeps climbing. You've got a limited risk trade on it.
That's right.
That's what options were made for. This kind of stock, Tesla, anything that makes these sorts of, astronomically fantastic rides, you want to be rolling.
Rolling on,
That's
rolling,
what
rolling,
we do.
rolling.
I think that's what smart people would do to cut risk in this position. I agree with both of them, though. You don't just go out and sell the stock because it hits a number.
Sure. All right, let's do this. Let's take a break. We're going to talk about the aforementioned Rivian as well. It is moving higher today for a third straight day since going public midweek. Josh Brown, as we mentioned,
Rivian, nice pop, huh? Nice pop. I wouldn't chase it up here. Rivian, you'll probably get a better entry next week, I would think. People are probably going to take profits off. They've made quite a few dollars.
Incomes are less protected against inflation.
$20. I'm up $20 on Rivian in 3 days. Yeah, I like it. I like it. All right, looks good. Okay, AFRM coming off the lows. FXI still pushing higher. Looking for FXI and the Chinese stocks. Let's see what Pinduoduo doing exactly what we thought might happen. If you've been following what we've been talking about the last couple of days on Chinese stocks, I don't want to trade shares. I want to trade options on these. They look pretty well set up to me. You got ATHM Auto Home. You got a double bottom. Good risk reward. You got volume coming in. MACD's turning. Auto Home looks good. ATHM. I would only trade options though. In the money. MU Micron, yes. To answer your question, ATHM, looking at that one. Let me go take a look at that. The Chinese stocks. All right, so we're starting to fade a little bit, SPY. We're going to make an end-of-day run. VIX still hanging in there. All right, so let's take a look at the Chinese stocks. All right, Chinese stocks.
GGPI, Seeking Alpha post GGPI is extremely undervalued and years ahead.
YRD.
Other EV startups.
Cheap stocks. I wouldn't trade options. I wouldn't trade shares. I'd trade options, limit my exposure. YRD. YY, because. That one looks good. Looks like it's going to follow the same path as some of the others, like FXI, Baidu. Okay, all these look like they're going to continue higher. Look at Stochastic. Beautiful setup on all of these. All right, so VNet, $17 stock, doing exactly the same thing. You got a multiple bottom base here, looking for a follow through. It's probably got a little bit more congestion overhead than some of the others. Congestion in terms of supply. Huya, who are you going to call? Look at that. That beautiful setup on Huya. Okay, Huya, that looks good. All right, SPY's pulling back some more. All right, I'm out, SPY, flat. SPY, I'm out those Monday calls. Flat, small loss. If it starts to go, I'll trade it again. PayPal, looking for the follow through. I'd like to take profits on PayPal. I already scalped it once, PayPal. So if it does break out and start to head towards 210, I'll probably take profits off again. I'll take the profits from those two trades, buy some shares. Probably the top of the range, but that's what I'm thinking. Noah, all right, nice follow through off the 200 day. Okay, not a lot of volume, but I'd be trading options only on these. Okay, Momo, another one. Look at these stocks off the 21 day. They all look very similar, right? W-shaped pattern, leaning right with the lower dip here. Following through, a move above the 200 day. This one could rip higher. Momo. What does Baba look like? Baba, Alibaba, Baidu, JD.com. All of these look good, folks. All of them look good. Don't chase them today. Look for entry tomorrow or Monday, unless you're trading on Saturday. Pendudu. All these look good.
All right, Rivian is rallying for a third day now. The IPO priced at 78, now trading near $130. All right, Josh Brown, what I really want to do was give you a chance to expand on this conversation you had with Kathy Wood down at the conference that you were speaking at, where she brought up, or Rivian came up, and she said, can't deal with that valuation, which some, on Twitter were like, well, if Kathy Wood, if it's too rich for her, then maybe it's too rich for everybody. I don't know. Just expand on that and what your biggest takeaways were from a conversation with somebody that a lot of people like to hear from.
Well, first of all, I want to thank Cheryl Penny and Dynasty Financial Partners for having me at their investment forum and putting me in position to sit with Kathy. She really is, the way her mind works, I think she's just a remarkable person. And Rivian
Me too.
briefly, but her comment was,
Hey, stay away from my girlfriend.
maybe contrary to what a lot of people think about the way I invest, there is a hurdle rate that a potential stock investment has to pass in order for us to add it to the portfolio. So I think her concerns had nothing to do with Rivian's product or its outlook, but really just how do you make money from a starting valuation of 60, 70 billion, even if you're attempting to value that company on 2025 revenues and earnings, that still is too much of a stretch. So I think that was the extent of her thinking there. However, there have been some very expensive but very well-liked companies that have had blow-ups over the last couple of years where she's come in and stepped in after. So I wouldn't rule out the possibility of this becoming part of ARK's portfolio.
PayPal, no follow-through yet.
At some point, but I just think the way it's coming to market, look, there's good reason it's starting with this valuation. Just look at the overall environment. Look at the gains in Lucid and Tesla. Look at how much capital is available for these companies. And although they have no revenue, they have orders from Amazon and the backing of Ford. So it's not a fly-by-night situation that people are hyped about nothing. So I
Freeport trying to push higher.
This story. This is a company that started 12 years ago. The founder has dedicated his life to this. He's not quite like an Elon Musk figure, but he is in many ways equally visionary. And the important thing here is he's going directly for the most important spot within autos. He's doing and he's doing an SUV. That's 72% of the market. Goldman Sachs thinks by 2040, half of the cars sold will be electric vehicles, new cars sold. So the TAM is enormous. We don't know if this company can execute. We don't know if they can manufacture. We don't know if they can do a lot of the things they have to do to justify the revenue the market's assigning.
I want to get a comment from John and Jerry. And John, and maybe your move this week is the most interesting of all. That Pete got an allocation allocation in the IPO. You did not. And you bought this stock on the open market. That fascinates me. That fascinates me in and of itself.
Well, and you and I talked yesterday about why I couldn't get an allocation because I serve on that public board.
Sure.
And until I'm off of there, I can't do it. Nonetheless, hats off to Pete. I wished I was in at the price he was in at. But I liked it so much, Scott, because of what you and I have also talked about. These EVs, it's not just the vehicles, of course. It's not just NIO and Tesla and Lee and so forth. It's EVgo, it's Blink, it's all of that that's part of this infrastructure bill. The one that's already been passed and will be signed on Monday.
But it's so pertinent to the debate that we just had on NVIDIA, which morphed into a greater conversation about valuation and when it matters and when it might not matter, for lack of a better description, and a spirited debate that I think our viewers got something out of. How should we put that kind of debate into context when we're now talking about something with revenues of, I don't know, none yet, and we got $100 billion valuation, Doc?
Josh is right. They also have an approach that's very similar to Tesla's. They're going to be making their own batteries as well, Scott. Now, none of that happens like, Thanos snapping his fingers. But nonetheless, I figure this is a very hot sector. I get in it through the stock, and it's knock on wood, made a very nice move this week. And then when we get these options and they become, I think, one of the most liquidly traded in the EV space, perhaps only to Tesla, will they be behind that? Then I think I'll be able to do what I said. Put on a call spread, roll it up. Put on a call spread, roll it up. If it goes against me, I only lose the price of the call spread. I'm not going to lose $130 or 20% of $130 if indeed that $26 drop happened.
Hey, Weiss, I just see you sold Ford. Why'd you do that?
Right. Well, I bought Ford for a trade based on the Rivian valuation, and
Yeah, me too.
I made a nickel on it, and I sold it. I bought it for a trade with a defined period of time, and that's it. I love the Rivian product. I wanted to buy an
Why does
SUV.
Wapner always think everything has to be a swing or, portfolio approach? Just doesn't understand.
It's like I've got this watch, Daytona watch. You can't buy them. I want another one. I could pay double what it is, but I'd rather not. At the same time, I'm not selling the one that I have. So it's all what you value things at, and stocks are no different. I just don't see the value.
What's IWM doing?
Even though they have a lot of orders,
I want to know more about Ford.
I just told you.
But that was it. It was just a trade. It was just a trade. That's it. I mean, the stock
It was just a trade.
It has a lot of momentum. I mean,
It's
an
drifting
interesting time
lower.
to sell it, even if it was just for a trade.
No, it's pulling back.
If I didn't own such a slug of Volkswagen and Porsche, Bama would have kept it. But
It's fading. What's he talking about?
that's portfolio management.
Okay, I just wanted to pull a little more out.
Momentum is turning lower. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Do that on the other side of this break.
Wapner. Got no idea what he's talking about. It had momentum last week into the Rivian IPO, but it looks like everybody's selling up here. So Wapner doesn't know what he's talking about. Look at that volume. It has momentum. Kiss my caboose. You'd never make any money listening to that guy. Unbelievable. Why'd you sell it? All right, Freeport. What's Freeport doing? Freeport, I'm looking for the metals, mining, and materials stocks to continue. Materials still going. Freeport with a breakout yesterday. Following through. Freeport McMoran. Nice follow through. All right, SPY looks like it could bounce here. SPY's starting to bounce. I will trade it again.
All right, Dr. J, unusual activity. What do you have?
Well, this one will put a smile on Josh's face. I'm adding to Live Nation. I bought it in the
Cool.
high 80s.
Live Nation did pull back recently, right? LYV. Yeah, pull back to the 9 EMA.
But they came in and they were buying the April 115 calls today with the stock at 112. Second trade quickly, Affirm, AFRM. This one is the February 150s. The stock had fallen to about 145 or so. It's starting to move back up. I bought those calls.
April 115 calls. Those are $12.80, $12.70. I don't know that I would go that far out for Live Nation. Maybe December. December's got some decent volume. The 125 call is a 25 delta. The 120 is a 35 delta. So that's closest to a 40 delta. 115 is a 47 delta. I don't know if I would trade Live Nation right now. Maybe it dips a little bit more. Maybe it comes back to the 21 day. Okay, he talked about Affirm too. Affirm. Affirm, buyers stepping up, looking for it to get back above yesterday's high next week. Shopify, SHOP, Shopify. Big move on Shopify, up almost 10%, 143. Yeah, I would say. Yeah, Shopify is crazy. Crazy, crazy. Of course, you're not going to chase that one. All right, so most of the trades is done today. Volume tapers off.
Our own Kerry Firestone has a new op-ed piece on CNBC.com about how you can hunt for bargains in the market, even though major averages are hovering at record highs. Give me 20 seconds on that, Kerry, before we do final trades.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. So about 16% of the S&P is more than 15% below its 2021 high, and they're in all sorts of sectors. Over the years, those stocks tend to outperform.
Don't chase.
And that's what it's about.
All right, let's push everybody to check that out on CNBC.com. Thank you for doing that. Kerry, why don't you give us a final trade while you're at it?
Visa, it's one of those stocks. It's down. It's got two strong things, inflation and people traveling overseas that are positives over the next couple of years, and we think the stock is very attractive here.
All right, we just have about a minute left. Josh Brown, what do you got for us today in finals?
Tesla's off $33 down to $10.30.
Wouldn't trigger Steve Weiss again. General Motors, big trend, stocks acting very well. Cheap valuation relative to Lucid and Tesla. Take a look at it.
Hey, somebody on Twitter suggested that maybe General Motors should spin out its EV unit to try and unlock that. I mean, people are thinking about these kind of things these
$100
days.
billion.
Yeah. Steve Weiss.
Volkswagen better, Josh, so sell your GM. My final trade is FedEx, has great momentum.
Love
Price
FedEx.
on the bottom, I think keeps going.
FedEx.
Dr. J, why don't you finish it up?
All right, Scott. JW Nordstrom, you get to play this one into Black Friday. It's all the way out in December at the 35 strike. I bought the calls during the show.
All right, I appreciate it. Hope all of you have a great weekend. You as well. Thanks for watching. Looks like we're going to break that winning streak for stocks. We will see, though. The exchange begins right now.
WASH, Washington Trust
And thank you,
Bancorp
Scott.
announcing
Welcome,
a new
everybody. I'm
stock
Melissa
buyback
Lee. Here's what's
program.
ahead. Stick a fork in the tech trade. That's Wells Fargo's new message to investors following this week's inflation data. We'll speak with the strategist behind the call on where to invest right now. Plus, Green Thumb, green stock price. Shares of cannabis product maker Green Thumb jumping after doubling profits. The company continuing to scale.
FedEx. I like FedEx.
JWN Nordstrom.
FedEx is just going to keep grinding higher. Grinding higher. Looks good. Nice volume. Catalysts. Deliveries to retailers out there, to stores. FedEx is busy, busy. I've seen like, watch SPY's pulling back. I've seen like at least 3 FedEx trucks this morning. Okay, SPY, we're starting to see more selling. Profit taking. You should be out of SPY calls. No follow through. You got a nice trade this morning. Don't ruin it by hoping that it's going to bounce. You got to see it bounce first. Right now, I don't see it. VIX is moving higher. So anything, maybe SPY puts. I still have a hedge from, what was it, Tuesday or Wednesday. It's worthless right now. But if we sell off pretty hard, maybe I get down there to 464. Maybe. Apple selling off, Microsoft selling off a little bit. Freeport McMoran looking for a pop higher. Nice follow through. Gilead looking for a bounce. Gilead. All right. Facebook starting to fade now. Facebook fading. Facebook is fading. Take profits in Facebook. Looks like traders are taking profits. Traders are taking profits at this time. All right, so not surprising to see profit taking. All right, PayPal, look for a follow through next week. PayPal, look for the dips to buy. I like it. I just don't want to buy the highs. Western Digital, flat. All right. FXI at the high. All right, FXI. All these Chinese stocks look good. You can buy FXI or the individual names. Okay, this could drift lower next week and then follow through, or it could just pop higher. There's really nothing here. that big red candle, but that they stepped away from the bid there between 41.50 and 42.25 in that candle when it reversed. So there's probably some people right in here above 41.50 up to 42.69. People that got stuck here, bag holders. Psychology here. We've got buyers now coming in. We've got volume. Looks like we could head back to 42.69, but people that bought in here that got stuck for 3 weeks, some of them, not all, but some of them will be selling into strength. All right, gets back to break even. They're done with it, only to see price action continue to move higher. Maybe take it out and push up to the 200-day. You got a higher low. You get the top of the range. What's gold doing? Gold was doing something very similar. Gold, all right, gold is a inflation sensitive position. Once it got above this 171, the gold ETF, we told you in the weekend video that we thought we might see a follow through, GOLD. All right, so this level right in here, we pushed through. So you don't need to chase it up here. If inflation continues to be a problem, which I do think it will be, into year end and to next first quarter of 2022, look for gold to come back, test the breakout zone, and then take off to the upside. Let's look at the weekly. Okay, clearly defined higher lows. You got a base. We're above the 10 EMA on the weekly. We broke out above these pivots. So the most I would see is 1919 or 1920. That level right in here, above 1900, that's what I'd be selling into. That's only 40 points to go. 40 points to go. So a dip by the dip, not the rip. On gold, silver, we had a trade on silver coming into the week. Silver was very strong. Okay, I took some profits off into strength. Silver looks pretty good here as a dip buy. Let's see what the daily looks like. Daily, okay, sold into strength. It's at the 200-day. Probably comes back first. You'll have a better entry if you wait. Be patient. 23 is probably a good area. 9 EMA will catch up. Maybe next week you can buy that. Real estate. Real estate is an inflation-related trade. All right, so real estate's in a cup and handle setup. That should follow through. Okay, let's look at real estate stocks and REITs. Maybe we got something there. You know what? Before we do that, if anything is moving today, let's take a look at what's moving. All right, let me see here. Unusual volume today. DWAC. DWAC SPAC. The SPAC's been on the move. DWAC. All right, that faded already. All right, DWAC. Blink for a second day. Blink popped yesterday. Big gap up today. All right, did you trade any of these? Nice follow through. Blink. Did they mention Blink during the halftime report? I didn't catch it if they did. Farfetch, FTCH. Isn't that a Chinese stock, Farfetch? Big move higher. Blink. PagSegura. Digital, PAGS, PAGS. That's showing above average volume. Trying to change trend, double bottom, looking for a follow through, push above. Look at you can see the markdown, pretty clear. Here's distribution, pretty clear. Once it dropped below the 921 and 50-day, it became the markdown phase 4. Phase 1 is the base. You can see very clearly the base over here, volume by price on the left. Once it clears this volume by price band, you should have a few weeks of upside to attack the 50-day, and then maybe some consolidation around 44 over maybe 3 or 4 weeks. You could probably see 44, if not sooner, if this starts to get some traction. You can see volume starting to come in. Stochastic is set up. RSI is rising. So over the next few days, PagSegura will probably work next week.
AEMD, Albeco Michael Delta, $8 price target.
What's AMD doing? Rob was trading AMD this morning, following through. Sluggish move, but on a Friday. I'm looking for it to continue next week. Could dip first, so be aware of it. This is the second bullish day, so that's generally the safer trade is waiting for the second bullish day, kind of like what we did with Baidu, waiting for the second day to buy. Okay, Baidu, second bullish day. Other stocks that are showing above average volume, STX, Seagate probably keeps going after the dip, but it's so extended now that I would wait. It's outside the upper Bollinger Band. Okay, it's running the upper bands. You can see standard deviation 1 is the light gray area. The outside band, that's standard deviation 2, which encapsulates about 96 to 97% of price action by design. So volatility, we can't see the lower band, but if you have TOS, you can zoom out and look at the bands to see if they start to turn. If they start to turn, like right in here, look for a flag, sideways price action. That's what we're looking for. STX I like, Micron I like, have a position in Micron that's following through. The 200-day overhead, that's the target. It's extended today, maybe take a little profits off and look for a little flag. All right. So it looks like marijuana stocks are trying to get some sort of follow through. MJ, pushing higher. SPY still hanging in there. I don't have other than the hedge that I had from Wednesday. I don't have anything. PayPal, looking for the follow through now. PayPal, watch the dip here. PayPal. PayPal dip buyers here. Western Digital flat. FedEx, watch PayPal here. Look at PayPal. PYPL, PayPal. Take care, Rob. If you're taking off now, take care. Enjoy it. It's so beautiful outside. I can't believe you guys are actually sitting here trading. It's gorgeous on the East Coast.
Sure, it's a great question, and there's always noise in the capital markets and banks and things like that. I think the key with Green Thumb is we've built the business to prosper independent of federal change.
Letter M, Macy's
You're not
getting a
waiting
pop
for the
here.
cusp of change in order to
Letter
do something,
M
which
on
means
heavy
serve
volume
tens
now.
of hundreds of thousands of customers every day with branded product. At the same time, the fact that
3074.
Green Thumb Industries is not listed on the New York Stock Exchange does not make sense
Macy's.
for an American company employing.
All right, looking for a follow through in Macy's.
Companies should be listed on U.S. exchanges, available for U.S. investors at places like Robinhood and otherwise. So, as the federal government gets around to doing that, and we think first and foremost, before banking, before listing, should be get the 40,000 people out of jail who are in jail related to cannabis, then things can start moving. But on the ground, the business is extremely strong.
PayPal looks good.
Profitability, we have free cash flow from
Watching
operations.
PayPal.
We're very excited about the future.
Your margins are also outpacing your peers, according to a lot of analysts who cover you. And I'm wondering, what is the driver of that, especially at a time when across industries, whether it be cannabis or retail or what have you, margins are getting compressed because of things like wage inflation and cost of transport is higher, energy costs, etc. How do you keep those costs in check?
That's Sandy Michael Alfa Romeo.
Yeah,
SMAR.
certainly those latter factors are important for us, but if you just zoom out, we're investing on the verge of Prohibition 2.0.
CONE,
Cannabis
Cyrus
industry
1
is going
near
to
a
be
deal to be
$80
sold to
billion
private equity. That's
industry
from
in the
Bloomberg.
U.S. And so we've been focused since I started the
That's
business
Charlie
in
Oscar,
2014
November Echo,
on return on
CONE.
invested capital and how do we turn 1 into 3 into 5 and create that momentum. And I think we're seeing that start to begin to show up.
All right, Merck had a little bit of buying here. Merck.
Where the capital's going and what's going to happen in the U.S. in 2023.
Merck. Buyers stepping up at the 21-day. Look for a push above 85 next week.
Question, we are 100% focused on high-quality branded product that American consumers really like and trust.
In terms of understanding the opportunity, and you gave us a big number when it comes to being the next prohibition ban, how key is federal decriminalization or descheduling of marijuana to that estimate?
For Green Thumb, it's not.
Okay.
Look at a state like Colorado where its run rate, over $2 billion now year in and year
Western
out.
Digital's
You're
flat,
seeing
waiting for a
state
dip to buy.
Republicans and Democrats in favor of huge state tax revenue. Cannabis industry is producing larger state taxes than alcohol state taxes and massive job creation. So what happens in D.C., like I said, is a trailing indicator. The real action is with the governors and in the states where people want jobs and American consumers want cannabis for well-being.
All right, Bruce, great to see Ben, excuse me, great to see you. Thanks so much. Green Thumb's up 8% right now. Still ahead, Johnson & Johnson announcing plans to split into 2 companies just days after GE's breakup announcement. What is behind the move and why now? We've got the details. Plus, union workers at Deere still on strike 4 weeks after walking off the job. Can both sides reach a deal before farmers are forced to pay the price? The latest on the state of negotiations is next. The exchange, back right after this.
MJ marijuana ETF showing that there is a persistent bid in this. MJ persistent bid. All right, that looks pretty good. The marijuana's got a persistent bid. You got volume as well. Yeah, PayPal, just looking at weekly options, they only on Fridays. All right, so SPY's hanging in there. PayPal's up $6.10. Still a little dip on PayPal. Okay, let's see what else is popping up here. Not a whole lot of activity. J&J showing 4 times RVOL. J&J. What's BMY doing? BMY. All right, BMY is looking very strong. Persistent bid in this at the 21-day, starting to squeeze into the 50-day. The 50 days moving lower. I still got to stick with the strategy. The strategy is if once it gets above the 50-day and 60-20, 61, 60-50, once it gets in this zone right in here, between 60 and 61, it should continue to move higher. All right, SPY's looking a little better for the end of day run potentially.
Here's some of the movers this hour. The Crane shares China Internet ETF KWeb on pace for its best week since January, though still 50% off its all-time high. JD.com, Alibaba, they're among the leaders in this group, with both companies reporting record sales from China's Singles Day shopping event. Sticking with retail, Best Buy hitting a record high and on pace for its 7th straight week of gains, its longest streak since 2018. Shares are up more than 30% over that stretch versus an 8% gain for the retail ETF XRT. And shares of Johnson & Johnson slightly higher after announcing plans to split into 2 companies. Let's get more on that story now from Meg Terrell. Meg.
That Macy's is working with financial
Hey, Melissa, J&J plans to separate out its consumer healthcare business. That's a $15 billion business into a publicly traded company sometime within the next 18 to 24 months. Now, this, of course, are some of the brands that J&J is best known for. Johnson's Baby, Neutrogena, Tylenol, and Band-Aid. Those will all become their own separate business, a $15 billion business, compared with the $77 billion pharma and med tech business that will be left behind. Of course, that business has the high growth drugs from prescription drugs, as well as medical devices, which has really been seeing a recovery since getting hit extremely hard during the pandemic. CEO Alex Gorsky joined Squawk Box this morning and predicted a further recovery in that business going forward. Here's what he said.
We do anticipate that pent-up demand will be working its way back through the system. We're seeing signs of that as we speak, particularly here in the United States, but also in Europe and other places around the world. And again, we think that represents a significant opportunity, not only as we head into 2022, but in years beyond as well.
More broadly, though, this move for J&J follows a lot of breakups within healthcare, kind of slimming down and really focusing on drugs. Going back to the Abbott-AbbVie split in 2013, also that year, Pfizer splitting off its animal health business, Zoetis, Merck in 2014 selling its consumer unit to Bayer for $14 billion, Lilly following suit, separating its animal health business in 2018, and GSK, of course, in the middle of separating out its consumer healthcare business now after it formed a JV with Pfizer on that. So this is something now that pharmaceutical companies and these conglomerates really
sort of a form of financial engineering, but J&J says it makes strategic sense.
I mean, it makes sense to unlock value, right, Meg? I mean, if you take a look at J&J's valuation compared to, let's say, a Pfizer, I'm not sure if that's the closest comparable, but there is a valuation gap there, J&J having a more depressed valuation, so theoretically it should unlock that valuation a bit. My question, though, is on the consumer business. Obviously, the slower growth business, Meg, and as you outlined, some of these consumer businesses have been sold, not necessarily spun off as standalone businesses. What do you think ultimately happens? Does the market want to have a business out there with Tylenol and Band-Aids, et cetera? Is there that sort of appetite for that kind of company?
Yeah, it's a really great question. Does this live by itself as a standalone business after this, and what does the growth for it look like? It has been growing more slowly than the rest of J&J's business. I think on a comparable basis, it might still sort of grow faster than the rest of other consumer brands. But I was just talking with Eric Gordon at the University of Michigan, who suggested that these brands may not be as profitable maybe a decade down the line, as there's just more online sort of competition for maybe store brands and things like that. And so it will be interesting to see sort of the future of this as it separates out.
All right, Meg, thanks. Meg Terrell. Now let's get to Rahel Solomon for CNBC News Update. Rahel.
Hi, Melissa. Here's what's happening at this hour. Mark Meadows is a no-show for his scheduled deposition today before the House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack. That's according to NBC News, citing sources. A lawyer for Donald Trump's final chief of staff has suggested that Meadows would not cooperate because Trump told him not to, citing executive privilege. It's likely the fight will now go to the courts. The nomination of Robert Califf to be the next FDA chairman is already in trouble. Even as the White House was announcing it, Democratic Senator Joe Manchin announced he's against it. Manchin says that Califf's ties to the pharmaceutical industry would hurt efforts to contain the nation's opioid epidemic. Biden will need at least one Republican to get Califf approved in the almost evenly divided Senate. And Homer Plessy may be getting a pardon from the state of Louisiana if the governor goes along with the state board's recommendation. Plessy is often compared to Rosa Parks. In 1892, he intentionally sat in a whites-only train car to challenge segregation laws. He wasn't successful. The Supreme Court's Plessy versus Ferguson decision in 1896, it affirmed the concept of separate but equal. And in other news, tonight on the news, a close-up look at Taylor Swift's challenge to the music industry. You're now up to date, Melissa. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Rahel, thank you. Coming up, the flop trade, the classic trade, and the spicy trade. We'll get the key numbers to watch and how to be positioned ahead of WeWork's, Walmart's, and NVIDIA's reports next week. The Exchange, be right back. Tuesday, Walmart, the classic value trade. Can the retail giant provide clues to the inflation story? And finally, Wednesday, Nvidia, one of the hottest growth stocks of the year. Is the semiconductor company overvalued, or can its massive run continue? We'll give you the action, the story, and the trade on all three. Let's kick it off with WeWork, the company having a rough go of things after initially went public last week by a SPAC last month. Shares spiked on its first day of trading, but slid more than 11% in just 3 weeks. Is there any hope for this pre-revenue company that's trying to come out of a challenging time, shall we put it? Kate Rooney is here with the story, along with Gina Sanchez, Chantico Global CEO and CNBC contributor for the trade. Kate, what should we expect here?
So investors are really looking at net income. At the end of Q2, the company was still losing billions of dollars when it comes to net income, and WeWork really had a tough time during the pandemic. So investors are seeing, can this company cut costs at a rate that will keep up with the valuation? Even the stock has been trading below $10. Analysts are still looking for any key signs to justify its current valuation, at least when you compare it to a company like Regis. It really historically has had to convince investors that it's worth more than its shared workplace comp, which is Regis. The other thing is member growth. So occupancy is big. It had told investors at one point that it would reach 70% occupancy by the end of this year. So that's really when they break even in terms of adjusted EBITDA. So there are some adjusted metrics. I'm told really look at net losses, though. And this is not the company that Adam Newman built. There is an entirely new leadership really steeped in real estate. So any commentary from the new leadership, sort of the vision going forward for the new version of WeWork?
70% occupancy is the high watermark, if you will, Kate. So what are they at right now?
All right.
Believe it, that's what
SPY's on the move. SPY's on the move here. Probably going to go the way, the momentum that we're seeing right here. SPY looks like it wants to go.
And so that is the high watermark and the goal going forward. And that's really what they've told investors. They haven't come anywhere near that. And in terms of occupancy, and they've said that, things are returning to normal. It'll be interesting in sort of
SPY, watch SPY here.
recovery from the pandemic in general, especially in some of the key markets like New York City, places like San Francisco. And so 70% really is the target number for WeWork.
Right. Gina, you hate this one. Just hate it. Why?
I hate this one. Yeah. So if you look at WeWork, the problem that they had is that they have negative operating leverage. I mean, literally, they make more money, it causes them to lose more money. That's what I need to hear in order to be convinced that this is a great stock. Because, right, and it's what is encouraging is that the team is a real estate team. If you look at what contributed to that negative operating leverage, it was quite frankly just bad leases, just a bad management strategy of the liability side of that business. And so we need to see them turn around that operating leverage into something that at least has a path towards profitability, such that every new dollar doesn't actually cause you to spend $2 more.
All right. Thank you, Kate Rooney. Next up, Walmart. The classic retail/value trade shares have gone nowhere this year, up only 2.5% as management contends with rising prices and shipping delays. Does the company have enough leverage to deal with supply chain constraints and inflation? Courtney Reagan is here with that story. Courtney, you would think a giant like Walmart, if anybody can deal with supply chain issues, can deal with higher costs, it would be Walmart.
Absolutely, Melissa. I think Walmart sort of is the pinnacle of logistics and supply chain management for many, many years. And I think even with all of today's complications, that still remains true. When you have the scale, you have the size, you have the power of Walmart, you're able to do things like chartering your own ships so that you can be in better control of that cargo when it comes in and at what cost. We know that they're already doing that. We know that they have a private truck fleet. So when we hear about the trucker shortage, it possibly is something that Walmart is able to navigate a little better than some other players. And so that is always something that Walmart is going to have to strive to do in order to keep its brand promise, that everyday low cost, in order to deliver everyday low price. And Walmart has proven that it has the ability and will continue to invest in price, which we know.
All right, looking for SPY to follow through here.
Those prices as low as possible for the
Okay,
consumer. And by the way,
SPY.
one other point, and we talked about it a lot when we were talking about the tariff discussion, how much of the inventory that Walmart ends up selling, or really I should say just what is sold at Walmart, is food, and so much of it is
Okay, so we're bouncing at 236.
dealing with
SPY's bouncing at 236.
some others might be from overseas.
So I hear invest in price, and I think
MACD's
that's
trying to turn.
basically they're giving up on margin, right? They're eating the costs that Courtney was talking about in terms of getting the goods to where they're going. So Gina,
All right, watching SPY for a follow through.
More control of that, so I think it is safe to assume that they have the.
All right, whatever. Okay. All right, so it's the evening trade. Fridays are usually pretty slow. If they get something going here, VIX should drop off on SPY. Watching the NASDAQ and the S&P futures created a B profile. It's in the top part of the capital B. If you look at the profile, there is a dip between the lower part and the upper part of the B, as you can imagine. That's where price action accelerated through that level. Now we're at the top part. If we get rejected up here, we'd most likely just drift back down into 466 to 465. VIX is at the lows right now, starting to bounce. All right. Facebook is the #1 stock in flow today, next to Qs and LRCX. LRCX, very large trade. Tick cumulative is trying to go green on the 60-minute time frame. Tick cumulative. FedEx, no follow through yet. FedEx. Freeport McMoran, no follow through. Freeport just sitting here doing nothing. MJ at the highs. Macy's, no follow through. Macy's. Merck at the highs. Merck. Looking for a follow through next week. Merck. PayPal. Just consolidating up here at the highs. It's probably done for today. PayPal. PayPal has an ATR of $8.50. Stock is up $6.40. If it does get an end of day run, you could see another $2. It tests this the top of this candle, Tuesday's drop. Okay, looking for the 9 EMA to be resistance, the next level. So the top of this candle, Tuesday, and then the 9 EMA, and then 225 on the way back. It could just base here and not go anywhere. So it all depends on if other portfolio managers think this is a good level as well. Probably turns out to be a good one. They have more time than most people do, have more patience than most people, most day traders. Day traders are looking for scalps. We already had one scalp for $1 on PayPal, looking for a follow through now. Looking for PayPal to do something in the evening session. Tech Resources, no follow through. Tech Resources, no follow through. Now let's look at Tech. That looked really good yesterday, and then it just petered out. Tech. All right, inside, it's probably just going to consolidate here. So if you have short dated options, you're probably going to see your theta kick in. Tesla's off 40. Western Digital, another one we're looking for a follow through. That's flat, no follow through. WMB. That was a good one yesterday. It's just sitting here now. FedEx, no follow through. Affirm is off the lows. Facebook, lots of volume on Facebook. The dip, watch the dip for a buy. Apple's going. Apple looks okay. Apple looks like it could lift. All right, not quite there yet. Facebook, though, that had a good day so far. Hit the 50-day and got rejected, so that's not surprising. Monday, we should see a move above 50-day if the buyers are still here. I think it is a buy. It is a Friday, so I'm not really that interested in chasing things now. All right, SPY, no follow through. Looks like we could just stay in a range here. PayPal grinding a bit higher. PayPal. All right, just watching PayPal. Watch PayPal. All right, I'm going to take a few minutes, go talk to the wife. I'll be right back.
ALEC, Elector, announcing new AL001 data from symptomatic FTD GRN cohort of INFRONT-2 phase 2 open label clinical study. Progranulin levels increased to normal ranges. Multiple biomarkers of disease showed improvement from baseline with AL001 treatment, including GFAP, prognostic marker for FTD associated with brain atrophy. That's Alpha Lima Echo Charlie, ALEC.
Okay, what I'm seeing is pretty much everything is in a sideways consolidation range. PayPal, same thing. A nice run up from the morning. And what you normally see a lot of times on a Friday is price action will move sideways afternoon. Volume will taper off. You can see that right there. PayPal, look at SPY, same thing. SPY moved higher, look at the volume. Volume tapering off. Momentum is slowing. Range bound. You had the nice run up in the morning. That was the first trade. Now, we do have a caveat that we could see like a little pop end of day, maybe. If VIX drops off here, maybe SPY pops back up to the highs. So that would be kind of fun to see that happen for a trade, watching PayPal here. But most stocks are showing the same thing. They're showing sideways action, Microsoft doing the same thing, NVIDIA kind of the same thing, Netflix as well, Facebook. So you definitely don't want to chase up here. Monday, most of the momentum, most of the range has been played out to the upside. If anything, we could pull back a little bit unless they start buying. We only have 5 blocks today on the SPY. 5 blocks, that's pathetic volume. That usually, you could see that usually at 9:30, 9:35, 9:40. Qs have seen all the volume. Qs, we've got about 12 blocks on the Qs. Even that's pathetic for the Qs. We do have 1.85 to 1 up volume. So up volume is exceeded 1 to 1. It's green. The tick cumulative is flat. It went green earlier this morning on the 60-minute time frame. The futures, both the S&P and the NASDAQ, are flagging pretty much what we're seeing on most of these 5-minute charts. I don't see an advantage at the highs. If it dips, I would think maybe you see a little bounce. But other than that, not much to do right now.
U.S. engaged OPEC on increasing oil supply.
Watch SPY here. Maybe we get a lift. All right, so maybe we get a lift here on SPY. We went through all the stocks that are showing above average volume earlier. Watching PayPal. SPY is lifting a bit. All right, SPY's lifting a little bit more. Watch SPY and stocks that are following what SPY is doing. SPY is starting to lift a bit more. All right, SPY lifting a bit more now. Tech, PayPal, SPY. All right, so we bounced off at 236. VWAP below, you get the 9 EMA right there, right below price right now. If we get an end of day run, we could see a nice pop.
It's 2 o'clock.
All right, looking for, still in the range. All right, so VWAP is down here, but we're in the upper part of the range. Could see a little pop. All right, SPY's trying to grind up a little bit more. Stocks are doing pretty much the same thing all day in the afternoon. We had a nice run up in the morning. Apple, for example, has been cruising sideways in a tight range since running up to the highs of the day. At around 11 o'clock, it went sideways, and we are still in this pattern into 2 o'clock. PayPal's trying to break out here. PayPal trying to break out. All right, Netflix looks like it might go again. Netflix, PayPal's starting to go. PayPal squeezing. PayPal looks like it wants to go. All right, PayPal, I'm doing scalps, collecting cash, buying shares on dips. PayPal. Look like it could follow through. PayPal. All right, watch PayPal. I'll be right back. Let me go grab my lunch.
ALF, Alfie tweeting Alfie's partnership with Bluebird Hemp will open the door for many new advertisers to work with Alfie. Stay tuned and follow us on our journey and see who else might decide to join us. That's Alpha Lima Foxtrot, ALF. Shares of Alfie spiking here, $4.98 at the high. Alpha Lima Foxtrot, ALF. HOFV, seeing some volume coming into Hall of Fame Resort, Hotel Oscar Foxtrot Victor. DraftKings tweeting, the NFL tweeting about NFTs, probably nothing. That's from DraftKings now. And HOFV moving apparently on that tweets. Hotel Oscar Foxtrot Victor, HOFV. Marijuana moment, tweeting now, President Biden's FDA pick prescribed cannabinoid medicine and recognized marijuana's therapeutic potential. Said we need to facilitate the work of companies interested in appropriately bringing safe, effective, and quality products to market. That from Marijuana Moment. WKHS Workforce 13G filing out. Cowan reporting a stake of 6.3% in workforce that's in a 13G.
All right, looking for PayPal to break out here. TTM squeeze on PayPal. If you don't have Thinkorswim, you can create your own TTM squeeze indicator. Just overlay Bollinger Bands with Keltner channels. When the Bollinger Bands break out of the Keltner channel, the gray area, that's the trigger. The squeeze is when it moves inside. SPY's looking a little better here. I plan on taking some profits off the table into strength. Get ready for next week. What is good is that, let's look at the 60 minute. 60 minutes PayPal. Notice that it's just now started to move above the 20 EMA on the 60 minute. SPY moved above the 20 EMA this morning. That's a significant change in direction. If you just ascribe to linear regression, if you took statistics in college or high school, linear regression gives you a midline. You've got the highs, you've got the lows. That dispersion pattern gives you, in this case, about a 5-day, 6-day linear regression channel. That's the channel down. If it starts to break out of the channel, moves above the 20 EMA, that's the first sign that things have changed. Okay, the midline is about right there. So it moved in the upper half of the linear regression channel. This is the lower half. If you were bearish, you'd be looking for the lower half of the linear regression channel. Instead, you're in the upper half of the linear regression channel, looking for a break higher. All right, so we want to see more evidence. Want to see more evidence. Right now, MACD has crossed. RSI is above 50, and we've got price action above the upper half of the linear regression channel. PayPal looking for a follow through here. PayPal looking for a follow through. All right, starting to break out. 11 cents to go for a new high. All right, so we're starting to break our, all right, so here we go. We just tagged the high of the day. PayPal high of the day. PayPal going, new high of the day. PayPal new high of the day. Okay, cool. We're squeezing. Watch that lower band. See how it's starting to open up? It's about to trigger a TTM squeeze. Let's look at PayPal on the 5-minute, 60-minute, 30-minute. Everything is on a buy signal. 5-minute, 30-minute, 60-minute. And daily is on a buy signal. PayPal. PayPal. All right, breaking out here. Looks good. The squeeze is triggering. All right, there goes PayPal. Nice taking off to the upside now. PayPal squeeze and breakout. Lower band's about to open up. Nice trade on PayPal. Going. PayPal's going. Yeah, I have a monitor on my end. The volume is fine. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, mic check. Yeah, I just checked my monitor. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. That's the monitor echoing. Yeah, I just checked my monitor. Okay, so we're good. We're good on the audio. Nice follow through on the TTM. It's that lower bands exiting the Bollinger Bands. Nice follow through. PayPal. All right, looking for SPY to do something too. I'd like to see SPY breakout. All right, $8.50 ATR. Let me get rid of all of this. This is an old markup. You can see the Kirby here and where price could accelerate into this area. So that Kirby is telling you that prices could accelerate even beyond the ATR. Okay, there's your upper end. All right, RSI, we're still way in the red zone. This is all still red. All right, so that's that. All right, so prices can get sucked in here. Kirby's nothing more than a vacuum cleaner. So once it gets through this area, look for a push higher. Very quickly, we could accelerate into this zone. The 9 EMA right there, 9 EMA resistance. First resistance. RSI looks good. PayPal's still going. Okay, so it looks like a lot of people are buying right now. All right, so the ATR, we're working on the ATR now. Another 50 cents or so. PayPal. All right, so we're still pushing higher now. PayPal. PayPal squeeze looks good. All right, with the top of the squeeze. All right, so we're at the highs here. If you're scalping, maybe take a little profits off. One more push, maybe. One more push. SPY, no follow through with SPY. All right, PayPal a little bit more. All right, PayPal at the highs. All right, so PayPal pushing maybe 210. Going to get 210 here. What's the high so far? Did it hit 210? High of the day, 210. All right, so we did tag 210. 210 now. All right, we're approaching. We got about another 50 cents to go. Got about another 50 cents to go. Excuse me. PayPal are at the highs. Okay, out the second scalp on PayPal. PayPal. Tilray. Tilray looks good. Tilray looks good. All right, so it took the second scalp off. PayPal took the second scalp off. All right, top of the bands. VIX starting to pop up now. VIX starting to pop up. All right, watching VIX. FedEx, no follow through. All right, I'm clearing positions. Things that aren't working. Some are expiring today, so I don't have to worry about that. I had some BT. I had the calls expiring worthless. Robinhood, I thought that might go. That didn't follow through. And what else? Walmart. Walmart never followed through. That was from that comment that Pete made about the stock usually seeing follow through into the holidays. Walmart went nowhere. All right, so PayPal, you should be out of PayPal if you're scalping it. Walmart's done nothing. Usually moves higher. Let's go back to last November. All right. Here's last November right here. See Walmart, how well it rose last year. This time it's doing the opposite. It's pulling back. It was sideways into November. Okay. Late October into November, sideways, and now it's pulling back. So it's not doing the same thing it did last year in November. 135 up to 151. I was hoping that was going to be the case. So I had some options. Those expiring, worthless today. So I got 3 positions that'll be gone. So I'll be down to 1 AFRM, 1 in AFRM, FXI, the Chinese stocks. I got a position in FXI, the 42 call for December. Looking for a follow through next week. Insight, that's probably should take that off. It's not doing anything. Insight, it's making higher highs and higher lows. INCY. All right, so that looked like it was going to do something early in the week on Tuesday, and then it failed. So those calls are not going anywhere. I'm going to go ahead and take profits. I'm going to take that position off. One less thing to be looking at next week. All right, I'm out of that. All right. MJ, looking for the marijuana ETF to continue higher. Marijuana doing well. MJ, having a good day. Okay, so, all right, so you're just in the process of changing trends, just so you know. All right, this is phase 2 is starting now, okay? Phase 1 is the markdown. We all know that. Let me turn this off. I'm going to mark this chart up, all right? So it's pretty clear what we're looking at. Okay, you get the markdown. Let me see. I'm going to go out a little bit more. 8 months maybe. Look at that phase 2. Been in a downtrend for quite a while. How far do I have to go out to see the top of this? I think February it started to dip, right? Okay, so February. All right, so this has been in markdown. Distribution at the highs, phase 3. Misspelled phase. All right, phase 1, the base. Come on. I hate when stock charts starts acting weird. Phase 1, the base accumulation. Okay, that's phase 1. So there's no hurry here. SPY's still pulling back. Okay. If we get any kind of follow through, don't see it yet. All right, so that looks good. Looks like we might get going now. All right, MJ's still going. All right, so it looks like we're going to have a trend change here in the marijuana stocks. All right, I've been waiting for this since February. Every time somebody mentions Tilray, I'd say don't get sucked into that. It's still in phase 4 markdown. All right, that looks good. So MJ looks like it's going to continue, and the other cannabis stocks, make sure to check out the rest of the cannabis stocks. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you for the confirmation. Yeah, people in the trading room tell me that the volume's fine. Okay, so MJ looks good, and you can see the 5-minute chart is echoing. We're moving higher. This is like, we never see this, hardly ever see this. Early stage phase 2, MJ. MJ's going, all right. All right, MJ looks good. All right, SPY's sideways. VIX is dropping off, so we should see maybe something of a follow through. Maybe a follow through. Tesla down 36. Western Digital starting to move back up towards VWAP. Maybe you get an end of day run on Western Digital. It's been flat, so there's no signal on Western Digital. Just a flat VWAP. Whenever you see flat VWAP, that tells you no momentum. Look at the difference between today and yesterday. Look at VWAP. It was upward sloping all day. While the volume is above average today, the early trade that was it. Took profits into strength, waiting for a dip to buy. Western Digital looks good. We saw the relative volume yesterday in Seagate. That's what got us to look at Western Digital. Seagate, much better earnings, much better guidance, fewer problems with supply chain. So this is the creme de la creme, if you will. And Micron, these two. All right, so these with storage. Whereas what we're looking at on Western Digital was the follow-through to chase the other stocks in sympathy. We got the volume there. So most likely Western Digital will follow through next week. Does it dip first and then follow through, or does it just follow through, or does it pull back to the 50-day? Those are all questions we'll need to answer on Monday. But for now, we see traders this week had a hot hand on Seagate, and that hit a crescendo this morning. Sellers came in and sold the strength, which is what I would do if I had Seagate. Seagate looks like it's picking up some buyers, so that might be a trade too. The other thing is, whenever you see the whole group moving, that's an extra plus, okay? So you're looking for an edge every time you take a trade. You got an edge when you've got Seagate, Micron, Western Digital, and other storage companies all moving higher. Tech stocks. What's the sector doing? Semiconductors. Let's see. Let me just check this again. Sectors were about 70% green right now. Builders are the top spot. I was looking to buy some Home Depot and maybe some Toll Brothers. Okay, Home Depot back above the 9 EMA. So you know that we were looking at Home Depot Toll Brothers. Home Depot, we're looking for a potential test of the 50-day, or excuse me, the 21-day. Instead, what we've got is a 3 weeks tight pattern, a 3 weeks tight after a breakout. All right, so the weekly time frame, Home Depot, you had this little base. It's kind of a ascending triangle pattern, higher lows and a flat top. So the psychology of the 3 weeks tight is that institutions buy, the stock breaks out, it follows through. They don't continue to buy, they just sit and wait. 3 weeks tight, the signal for follow through is a push above 375.15 for next week. All right, so this is a very good example of a 3 weeks tight. Stayed in a tight range for 3 weeks. We've got the base breakout, so we know institutions have been here. They were buying up to 343 or so. They probably bought some more into this. It's in a markup phase. It's in phase two. Phase two characterized by price action spending 90% of the time above the 921 and 50-day. Those moving averages rising up and to the right. Volume, that tells you institutions were buying these 3 weeks in October. And what did it do? It ripped higher. Does that mean you chase it? No, you wait for the breakout. It didn't break down. It's still in a bullish trade. The nice clean looking chart. And if you look at Lowe's, they're both doing the same thing. Lowe's doing the same thing. Okay, in the case of Lowe's versus HD, you'd pay up $100. You'd pay up $100 more for HD. So why not trade Lowe's? It'll probably give you the same kind of results. Actually, they both look the same. Other than the price, they look good. Look at 921 50-day up and to the right. There's no overhead supply. Look on the left side of the chart. There is no supply. So you got a good setup here, right? Today is the first day, the first follow-through day. It's not a follow-through day. First bullish day. Follow-through day would be Monday. Look for 52-week highs. Toll Brothers, I like it too. Toll Brothers, Lennar. The builders are the hot sector today. It's the top sector. It's trading up 1.75%. LGIH, TriPoint, TPH. I believe they do a lot of work out on the West Coast, TriPoint Homes. All those homes that unfortunately got burned down because of the problems with wildfires. The Camp Fire, the Camp, quote, Camp, unquote, fire. I guess it's an area in California. That's moving higher. Beazer Homes, BZH. Okay, Hovnavian, HOV. That's on the lower end. KBH, KB Homes, and Pulte Homes. They all look very similar. Okay, so when they're all moving together, when all your stocks are moving in the group together, you got to add an edge. Okay, you just buy the dip. Don't buy up here Tuesday and have to wait for this to pull back. You know, momentum traders, yeah, that's fine. You scalp it. But if you're a swing trader, you don't want to buy the high of the day or a push higher starting off the week on Monday, Tuesday, a gap up. You definitely wouldn't want to buy the high of the day. You'd want to wait for a dip. Same thing we did with Merck, right? Merck. We got Merck to over here when the pill came out, the COVID pill, 84.56. We said, do not buy that first candle right there, that wick, that high wick there. People sold into that, which was the wise thing to do. Wait for the pullback, then look for the first bullish day. That's, write it down on your watch list. First bullish day, watch list. It stopped at the 21 day. Volume picked up. Second bullish day, execute the trade. Stop low of the day or yesterday's low. Look for the follow through. We got a nice pop there of more than 10 points on Merck. This is a recent trade from what, Wednesday on Merck, or was it yesterday? I forget. I have to look at the Merck. Merck is following through. All right, so I'll probably double up on Merck on Monday. I don't need to do anything right now. I have the 11/19/84 call. Merck, I have the 11/19/84 call. Now, obviously, you don't want to buy that call right here. Okay? It looks good, but you don't want to buy the calls up here because end of day profit taking, this could drift right back down the VWAP, volume weighted average price. So up here, you're buying at a premium. Down here, you're buying at a discount. you want to keep an eye on VWAP. Once it pushes through VWAP, you're trading at value, basically. You're trading at value. You could have bought the low like we did with SPY this morning. SPY below VWAP. Okay, you're trading at below value, through value, now at a premium. Okay, if it continues to move higher, you got a great trade. Keep taking profits off into strength. We made 125% off of those 465 calls this morning. And then we rolled up from the Friday to Monday, 466. Took another gain there. And then waiting right here. We took a 467 call in the money right before, what was it, like around lunch? And it didn't go through. Didn't follow through right here. So we took that off flat, small loss, 25 cents, I think. Looking for a follow through now into the end of the day. So we got traders with the 472 call for, was it December or January? I forget, Lee Star. I think it was December. 472 calls were very active this morning. So it looks like they're rolling the call wall up. We'll find out by the end of the day. Make sure you check the Gamma channel later tonight. I'll update it. So always check where you are. If you're trading VWAP, is VWAP upward sloping or is it flat? You can see how SPY was a no-go yesterday, right? The most you could hope for is a move, calls from the low up to the highs, puts from the highs back down to the lows. You could have some choppy trades there, people who knew what they were doing. But for the most part, if you're trading directionally with SPY, you want to be cognizant of what VWAP is telling you and the relative volume. Look at 11 o'clock today and look at 11 o'clock yesterday. Look at the difference in the volume. Okay, and sloping VWAP and price moving through the 20 EMA, that dotted line right there. That's the 20 EMA. For the 5-minute chart, that's a 20 EMA reference point. A reference point that we want to pay attention to if we're trading SPY, because we want to be bullish above the 20 EMA, the green line. We want to be bearish below the 20 EMA. So coming into today, we had to see that change in direction. We got it. We got it in spades. It turned out pretty good. So pretty good trade on SPY. Maybe it runs end of day. Overall, I think you guys and ladies had a good day. Yes? No? I think you had a good day. You got 236 Fibonacci from the close, the low of the close yesterday, up to the high at 12 o'clock. Right before 12 o'clock, we hit that high. We tried to scalp this again, thinking this was going to break out, but got stopped, 25 cents. Another hammer here. Do we run end of day? It's hard to say, but we've got VWAP is flattening out. It's still upward sloping, and price is oscillating around the 9 EMA, that green line, on the 5-minute. All right, Merck, I want to add to Merck, maybe roll my calls out. I have the 1119 calls. Maybe I'll roll them out a week to 1126, and I'll double up my position. Maybe not today, maybe Monday. Merck looks good. Now, the only problem is that, some theta will kick in over the weekend. Merck, I got a pretty good feeling for Merck. Look at Johnson & Johnson. Okay, J&J faded back to the 200-day after the news that the company's splitting up its count 3 parts, I think. Bristol Myers, this one is showing strength but can't get above the 50-day. That was on the watch list. Didn't do anything all week, didn't give us a trigger, needed to close above the 50-day. And you've got Merck, which looks superlative, superior, stupendous, all of those S words. Now look at the price action. You got a big bullish day on Monday. Tuesday, while it didn't follow through, what happened? Buyers at the low of the day. That wick, buyers at the low of the day. What happened on Wednesday? Buyers at the low of the day, pushed above the 21-day. Yesterday, doji, but buyers at the low of the day, sellers at the high of the day. 9 EMA respected. Today, what's happening? 83, they bought the low, and they continue to push it higher. Now, it's very possible we just close right here. So I won't add to my position. I can move my stop up to 83 or under VWAP. Pretty much the same thing. Under 21-day. Monday, I'm anticipating we could see a follow-through. Why? Because RSI is above 50, MACD not quite there yet, but stochastics is turning. So we're in the early stages of maybe a follow through, maybe resistance. So we could also pull back. Just because these wicks are here doesn't mean these people that have bought here are going to be correct. If I would love to see a strong close and we move above the 9 EMA. Okay. So we got this big gap. You see this big bullish candle here? And these wicky candles up here, probably whoever was buying in here and here when we were buying back at 79 and 80 on this double 2 days of follow through, they were probably taking profits into these candles noted by the wicks at the highs. Gap down, gave you another potential entry. Nothing's changed on Merck. Merck still has the COVID pill, still out there distributing it. So it looks like Merck wants to move right here. Watch Merck. Merck looks good. Use a strategy. Every time you enter, use a strategy. Don't follow somebody on StockTwitch. You have no idea what the hell they're doing. I'm looking at VWAP. I'm looking at the relative volume. Look at the volume right here at 1 o'clock. And look at 1 o'clock over here yesterday. Today's a Friday. Friday, for the most part, is a slow day for volume, unless you see a stock that's continuing higher, like what's PayPal doing. PayPal, we got a little selling at the highs. So you got a little bit of two scalps, 1 and 2. So PayPal most likely continue next week. I profits in both trades, so I'll probably buy shares next week if we break out of this space. Now we've been down here for 4 days after the gap down on earnings. The fact that PayPal has the holidays ahead, you've got Black Friday, Cyber Monday, you've got all the Christmas shopping for those of us that practice Christianity. The holidays, you've got the Russians who celebrate New Year, January 1st as their holiday. All of that's buying could turn out to be a good thing. Plus, you've got Chinese stocks. There's buying in there. Was it like 11-day period where they buy. They have a lot of programming to get people to buy. They have deals. They have celebrities that they have on. Let me see if Anna answered my question here. So, and you got Singles Day in China. Shop away your loneliness. That's cool. Very good. Thank you for the answer there. Appreciate it. Anna? All right, so you got a lot of Chinese stocks doing exactly the same thing. So while I'm not interested in buying shares, I'm not looking to swing a lot of these positions. These Chinese stocks are all doing the same thing. They're all turning. You got another nice double bottom on Auto Home, ATHM. Look at the volume. This is probably going to be above 50 and change over the next several weeks. You've got stochastics turning. You got MACD about to cross. That looks good. I'm not going to load up on these for the weekend, but I do like the follow-through potential. Baba, you see this very large volume by price action here. This is supply in here too. People that were trading inside of here versus something like Baidu, which is above the volume. Look at the difference, okay? See the volume by price bands? So as you're pushing higher, if you enable volume by price on your charts, you have a better understanding of what you're dealing with. So Baba or Baidu? I would vote for Baidu because we're above the volume by price, we're above the base, and we're making higher lows and a higher high, pushing higher. I would continue to hold this into next week. FXI, looking for the same thing. FXI, we'll get to that in a minute. Billy, look at the volume by price. See that protuberance right there? We're above that 85 zone, so it's probably going to rock higher, maybe to the 200-day moving average, the dotted line. Volume shows institutions have been picking up shares. I would only trade options. Baozun, e-commerce for businesses, e-commerce, Baozun. We've traded Baozun 3-4 years ago. We had, can you close that door, please? We had Baozun as a trade. I know my mind just slipped my mind who we were trading quite a bit of Baozun a few years ago. Back in 2016, 2017, I think Jen, I think you were trading this one, right? Baozun? I know a lot of us were. So anyway, the point is that once it gets through this supply that's traded in here, this base is done, you'll start phase two. Just like Tilray. All right, Tilray popped above. Tilray popped above the descending 59-21 day. Now Tilray is on the move. Look at Baozun. Same thing, right? Baozun's about to get through the 50-day. Once it does, look at the volume. That's institutions. MACD's crossing, stochastics rising. Cheetah Mobile. I'm not interested, a dollar stock. CWeb, this is another one. Direxion, China. Internet Index Bull. 2 times shares. That's a mouthful, right? Look at the volume. People are buying down here, looking for a follow-through. You know what? I might buy some of this CWeb. Let's see what the options look like. I have FXI. CWeb is probably going to do fine for next week. CWeb, let's see. The December calls, the 52 Delta is a 23 call. They're going for $2. 215 by 230. You'll probably get it for 220. All right. So looking for a follow-through. Okay, looking for a follow-through in CWeb. I just bought some 23 calls for December. That is a 52 Delta. 52 Delta filled. All right, looking for a follow-through. Okay, CWeb. I probably could wait a little bit. It's got a flat VWAP, so I'm not thinking it's going to do much, but it's got an ATR of $1.40. It's up 22 cents. So if for some reason in the last 30 minutes, last 45 minutes of the trading day, this decides to pop, I got a pretty decent entry. CWeb looks good. EDU, Huya, who you going to call? Huya looks good. No position. Huya looks good. Calls only is what I'd be trading, or just trade FXI or CWeb. IQ, same thing. All of these look good. All of these look good. JD.com, following through. Volume, institutions. Look what happened when institutions were buying over here, second week of October. Had a nice run from 78 up to 87. 9 points, more than 10%. Ginkgo Solar. Looking for the base breakout. Jobs. 51 Job Inc. This one I don't like at all. Of all the Chinese stocks, this is the one I dislike. That's the one I dislike, only because it's got so much overhead resistance. It looks ugly. Versus something like Momo, which is following through, taking out these highs at 13 and change. 200 days right there, probably stops right at the 200 day, takes a break. Next week takes off. Momo, all those look good. Noah breaking out. NTES, NetEase looking for a follow. Look at the volume. Institutions clearing all these volume by price bars, so clearing the supply. Pinduoduo, same pattern. All of these doing the same thing. So you got the whole group getting bought. If you don't want to buy a dozen Chinese stocks, maybe you just buy FXI or CWeb and buy some options so you have limited risk. That's the way I would do it, except for Baidu. Baidu, I trading in and out of Baidu. Okay, it looks good. Sohu, TAL. Still don't like these TAL and EDU. Tencent Holdings. This looks like it's going to clear this level. Same thing. Follow through. Tencent Music. This looks really good for an $8 stock, $9 stock. Tencent Music. It doesn't move much. 45 cents a day. It's up 10 cents, 9 cents. Oh, you got it, 10 cents. Haha. It's up 10 cents. Looking for a follow through. Tour. VIP Shops Holdings clear in the 50-day. You see the pattern here? Markdown. Starting phase 2. Phase 1, accumulation. Look at that base. Phase 1. Phase 2 is the markup. So while it might pull back to the 921 and 50-day, it started to show signs like the rest that we could see a follow through. So these are swing trades I'd be looking at. But I'd be doing options maybe out in January, February, maybe December. And I'll just keep rolling them up like Doc Nigerian was talking about. Keep rolling them up as the stocks are performing. Okay. It's this is the beginning phase. So these look good. VNet, same thing. WB. WBAI, I don't like this one. All this volume by price overhead. It's got to deal with. Reluctant to get above that. WeMe Hologram Cloud. This looks really, really good. For a $5 stock, I know Joel likes this one. Looks good on the follow through. You got to stop 480. Say 450. Okay, that looks good. XNet, that's another one. Gets into this curve, he could rally up to 4 pretty quick. I tend to stay away from the cheaper names. I'd rather trade something like Baidu. Just because of the, I know institutions are watching. YRD, same thing. YY. Okay, so there we go. All right, let me just take a snapshot of these for next week. All right, all of these look good. I have Baidu and FXI and CWeb, all right? All right. All right, that looks good. All right, so SPY pushing a bit higher. There goes CWeb. CWeb's on the move. All right, so you can see all of these are all doing the same thing. CWeb, where are you? CWeb, CWeb. There's CWeb. CWeb's on the move right here. Okay, clearing this level here. All those look good. Plus, plus, plus. All right. 5-minute charts. All right, CWeb trying to push higher. Okay, what's Baidu doing? Baidu. All right, CWeb. B-I-D-U. Bingo was his name-o. B-I-N-G-O. All right, so if you took off and you're just listening, driving around in your car, you're out at the beach, or you're playing golf or running around, whatever, and you happen to be tuned into the live broadcast, this is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday, the 12th of November. We've got the rest of the month. This tends to be one of the seasonally strongest months of the year. Okay, so the dip getting bought. I thought for sure we would dip a little bit more. I thought the 21-day was going to be what we'd be watching for. And you know, if you're a member, you know you've been listening. What I was looking for was the 20 EMA. 60 minutes, a really good frame of reference, all right? We got to oversold. You see that on the upper panel there? RSI got down to 30. That was the low. I thought for sure we were going to come down to the 21-day. All right, we were planning on the 21-day, so we were trading with more caution. Why? Because we had 19 days above the 9 EMA, and now on the 20th day, which was what, Tuesday, we dropped below the 9 EMA, but the 19 days told us to be more cautious. All right, let me pull this over here. All right, so that's all we had. That's all she wrote. We had a 1.3%, well, a little bit more than 1.3%. We had about a 2% drawdown. Okay, 2%. A little bit less. Let me go right here. 2%. So we had a 2% drawdown. The vol trigger 43, 46, 45. We got back above that. We're trading 46.83 right now, and we continue to follow through. RSI is above 50. So it's not my opinion, it's what they're doing, okay? It's what price action is telling us. MACD is flattening out, stochastic's flattening out, could turn, RSI turn back up. SPY's about to run, end of day it looks like, so I'll be taking a scalp off the table. If you got anything left, I'd be taking scalps off the table into strength. Don't be greedy. If you got a profit, don't be greedy, just take some profits. Anyway, so we were looking for the 60-minute price to get above the 60-minute 20 EMA. That was the barometer or the benchmark that we needed to exceed. Once we got above the 20 EMA, then when you're looking at linear regression, we talked about this. I know I'm beating this to death, but need to cover this. So linear regression is dot plot, tops and bottoms, okay? The length of the pattern is about 6 days. That's a downtrend. Once it starts to, the longer term linear regression is upward, okay? So that's more of a upward pattern. Not more of a, it is an upward pattern, okay? So, and we could see where we broke the pattern. When we moved below the 20 EMA, it started breaking down. So this linear regression could just continue on out to 472, which is where all those calls trade. All right, so SPY's starting to go right here. Okay, so I'll drop this idea. But we're above the 20 EMA. That's the deal here. 60-minute. Okay, we're above the 20 EMA, so that's telling us the 6-day linear regression channel is breaking out. Price is breaking out. And we should heed what price action is telling us. And we saw those calls traded that Leastar shared with us. So, all right. All right, so now we're bouncing. All right, so if we get above 467, there's likely some shorts with stops up there. They have their stops set. If this doesn't drop off, takes it out, 467. That gives more fuel. Maybe we take out 467.37. We get above that, maybe we test 468 to end the day. All right, so right now we're looking for follow through. We got about an even up volume, down volume, about 3,800,000 shares have traded in this last 5-minute, 15-minute segment. About 3.8 million have traded on the up volume, and about 3.2 has traded on the down volume. So the bulls have a slight edge. If we push above this level, we'll see how that changes. If you have Schwab, you can follow this too. All right, I'll show you what I'm looking at here. Okay. Okay, so if you have Schwab, you can tell in this last 5-minute bar, this last 5 minute, 10 minutes, last 10 minutes of the trade, you can see where the volume has traded. You can see the little box up top. It tells you you've got 3,800,000 shares have traded on up volume, 3.2 on down volume. And as we push through that volume by price bar, you can see it's pretty equal. We lift to the next level, and we'll see if the volume continues beyond that point. PayPal, what are you doing, PayPal? PayPal dipped, maybe, sorry. Sorry about that. Okay, me with that, these shortcuts in the stream, sometimes I'm in the wrong window. Okay, so, all right, what's PayPal doing? PayPal, PYPL. PayPal's flat. All right, so watching SPY here. SPY is more interesting at the moment. All right, got a lot of volume. Look at the volume coming in here. See the volume? Okay, so what I just showed you, the volume by price bands. Okay, this is starting to pick up more buyers. We've got 2 million against 1 million. 2 million on the up volume now. Okay, as we ease into this next level above that big bar, that big green and red bar, we're now trading into 2-to-1 up volume, picking up the slack here. 2 million shares trading in this block right here, this 5-minute block. 2 million shares trading versus 1 million in down volume. 2 million up, 1 million down. So looking for a follow through, more buyers than sellers, and we're looking for a price to push back up to the top of the range. Stops will be taken out at 467. If we start to move here, I'd take some profits off in the strength. C-Web back to the top of the range. That looks good. All right, SPY is about to go here. Can we get an end of day run? All right, Spy's on the move here. Spy on the move. All right. Hope everybody had a good day today. It's been pretty nice. I like that everything is two-step verification, you know. I love that. I love that going forward. Blockchain will probably be even more. All right, SPY breaking out now. Looking really good here. All right, so you're in the money if you took the 366s, 466s or 467. So we're starting to giddy up now. All right, SPY, nice follow through. All right. Future's looking good. Tick cumulative is green. Okay, MJ, what are you doing, MJ? Michael Jordan? MJ is still going. Nice. SMG too. There goes MJ. MJ just keeps going now. MJ still going. MJ still going. Nice. Looks good. MJ's doing well. Hopefully some of you that have Tilray or whatever, you're making money. Looking for a follow through. Okay, SPY at the highs here. Lots of volume. Can we get an end of day run? We got more than 30 minutes to go. Nice. All right. All right, SPY going. SPY going. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Very nice. Very happy here. Okay, so we're going to end the day run. Thank you very much. Appreciate all of the commentary. There goes VIX. VIX dropping off like a rock. VIX dropping like a rock. All right, SPY. What a beautiful thing, huh? What a beautiful thing. What a beautiful way to end the week. All right, going. Oh my goodness. We're going to get another trade today. Another ripper. I feel like George Jefferson. What was her name? Ethel? What the hell was his wife's name? Gamma shifted higher. I cannot stress enough how important gamma is, folks. Got a little bit more than 30 minutes to go. Let's see how far we go with this. All right, I sold half of my SPY 467 calls for Monday. Wow. Wow. What a beauty. Love when that happens. The sign of a strong market when it bounces. All right. Oh, this is beautiful. What a beauty. What a freaking beauty. Look at this beautiful trend here. It's a beautiful morning. Mm-mm-mm. Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, ah. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Great song. It's a beautiful morning. It's a beautiful evening. Great trade. Everything working. All right, nice. We got the bulls over their skis. Can we follow through here? Okay, I'm not greedy. I'm taking profits. I'm not greedy. Not greedy. Not greedy. I still have some 469s left. Still got some 469. So if we get up there, that expire today. So I think I rolled those up from 466, 467, something like that. MJ is still going. What a beautiful day. Take some profits off. Don't be greedy, folks. Don't be greedy. MJ looks good, though. All right. Very happy. Very happy with performance today. C-Web, just off the high of the day. Affirm Holdings, buyers at the low of the day, so that's off $3.80. That should do fine into next week. All right, MJ, I'm taking half off of MJ. MSOS. MSOS. All right, so MSOS, let me take a look at that one. MSOS. Yeah, that looks good. I like it. Advisor shares, pure U.S. cannabis ETF. Like it. Okay. Nice volume there. Nice volume. Going into the close. I'll take a look at it on Monday. I don't want to chase it up here at the end of the day. Had a superb week. I hope everyone had a superb week as well. MSOS, I like it. All right, I'm going to save that in my cannabis group. Thanks for that. Teach an old dog new tricks. All right, look at where it is above these volume by price bands. This is going to keep going now. MSOS, it's dipping. People are taking profits right now. Take profits. Take profits. All right, I'm out of SPY. I'm out of my SPY. Okay. We should see the call wall shift to 472. All right, it's tempting to want to try to game something end of day. Western Digital, I'll wait on that one. But I would rather wait until Monday, confirm that we have a follow. There goes CWeb. CWeb going. CWeb is popping. All right, so hopefully you had a great week. Hopefully you had an even better day today. We're ending the week. Great, great, Stephen. I'm happy to hear that. I'm so happy to hear that. All right, so we've got a little bit more than 15 minutes to go. What a beautiful freaking day. just unbelievable. All right, CWeb, what are you doing, CWeb? All right, nice pop. Looks like Baba's doing something, right? Baba. Baidu. All the Chinese stocks look good. Look at Baidu. Baidu's up 2% today, $3.61. Has an ATR of $5.40. Most likely we'll see a follow through next week on Baidu, so make a note of it. It'll be on the watch list most likely. Oh boy. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. It's a beautiful morning. Ah. Do 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 do. Do do wah. Do 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 do. Wow, what a great day, huh? I can't help it singing. I know, I don't sing that much, so kill your ears. But I can carry a tune. So, used to play trumpet in high school, trumpet, French horn. Could never get used to that tiny little mouthpiece on a French horn. Anybody that played a brass instrument in high school or college, raise your hand. I'm okay on guitar, but need a lot of practice. Wynton Marsalis, Marsalis brothers, Bradford Marsalis. A lot of tradition in New Orleans growing up. But once I heard Winton play, that that just blew me away. All right, there goes VIX. VIX is shooting up to the highs, so they're protecting themselves for next week. They're buying calls most likely. They're protecting themselves. They're buying protection into next week. So the thing I'll be focused on is, do we see a double top? Do we go back up to 470, 4,700 and get rejected? Or do we continue to see buying? I got a feeling we're going to see more buying. I think people feel a little bit better. Feel a little bit better and maybe buy. You could see consumer spending. Mohamed Al-Arian was on this morning from Queen's College, Cambridge. Mohamed Al-Arian, I think everyone knows who he is. Scholar. He's a scholar, an economist, and he's right quite a bit. I always think about that quote from Warren Buffett, though. He's never met a millionaire or a wealthy economist, and I guess Mohammed's in there too, but I'm sure he's doing fine. He was talking about inflation this morning, how it's going to affect the consumer discretionary going into the holidays. If inflation stays high, the Fed missed their opportunity. Much higher inflation. The transitory part of it didn't really come to fruition. It's a lot higher than they expected. Three decade highs on inflation. So you should be thinking about how to protect your portfolio, whether you use gold or silver, or the ETFs, physical gold or silver, or the ETFs, and maybe real estate on dips, real estate sensitive to interest rates. What is TIPS doing right now? It's at the highs. The bond ETF. What's TLT doing? TLT. All right, so basically a sideways range in TLT. Now, some people were looking for, I was watching or reading StockTwits last night. I know. But people were saying, bond market was closed yesterday. Watch a sell-off on Friday. Honestly, you have such an edge. You have such an edge in this trading room. It's not because of me. It's collectively, the knowledge and the experience of a lot of traders in the room, a lot of good people in the trading room. So you guys do a great job. And ladies, I do have a lot of experience. And what I'll tell you is that once I started to clue into gamma, that became a big, big eye-opener. Understanding what institutions are doing with volume in their options trades. And what does the market mechanics say when a certain stock is trading around a big gamma area and it starts to move higher, that the dealers have to buy shares. They're forced to buy shares because they want to stay delta neutral. They don't want directional exposure. They get their money from the spreads and from commissions and stuff. So knowing what the dealers, that's like a huge eye-opener, understanding the market mechanics and how I can help you. Stick around the trading room if you're a new member and maybe you're a little confused. There's just so much information going on, so many trades. Just stick around. I promise you that you're going to learn a lot, even if you stick around for a few months and you decide you're going to do it on your own. I happen to think this is one of the best trading rooms out there. And not because it's that I opened it, it's because of everyone that's in the room collectively, a collective conscience. It's like a supercomputer, we just have a lot of great input from the traders in the room, and I can't thank you enough. I'm really proud, like a proud father, that I've got to know many of you. Some of you I've met, some I haven't. Still a lot to meet. Maybe one of these days we can, once we get this COVID thing behind, we'll have a big meeting, maybe in New York City or someplace like that, or someplace central like Dallas where everybody can meet up. It's sort of a central place. I don't know. It's just a thought. and or Vegas, or Atlantic City. Vegas would probably be better. Cheap flights, get cheap hotel rooms, get comped and stuff. That'd be a lot of fun. Anyway, stick around. You're going to do fine. This trading room is the best. And let's see what the SPY. SPY one last minute hurrah. Let's see if we can get something going here on SPY. But Gamma is a big deal. So if you're not checking out Gamma channel every day, it's usually updated twice a day when I'm not busy with the kids. Gamma tells you a crap ton about what the markets are doing. It does. You're doing yourself a disservice to not use all the tools that we provide. All right. So the weekend video, that'll be out around Sunday around 1 o'clock or so. Next weekend, I might go down to Six Flags in Atlanta. So if there's any of you down in Atlanta, maybe we can hook up for a beer at our hotel or something. If you're thinking about it, if you're from Atlanta and you're listening, I'd love to sit down and chat with you guys or ladies. So that's next weekend maybe. I'll leave here on a Friday, maybe early on a Friday, beat the traffic, get down there, check into the hotel, and have the kids do Six Flags. I'll probably work on the watch list, part of the day and let them do their thing with their mom. And the sister-in-law and her kids are going down, so we'll probably do that next week. I'll be here on Monday following the 19th, the weekend of the 19th. I'll be here on that Monday. It's probably might be a little bit late. I don't know. We'll see. Kind of like the trip I had down to Jacksonville. All right, so hopefully you had a great week. Six minutes to go for the closing bell. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It was had a great time today. Walking you through a lot of these trades, a lot of the things that were happening during the day. CWeb still looks very strong. The Chinese stocks, probably some of the best setups that I'm looking at outside of the U.S. stocks that we're trading. The Chinese stocks look good as a whole, okay? A lot of charts are set up. Most of them are moving above volume by price support, resistance levels. They're above the 921 and 50 day, the strategy I like to use the most. Many of them have very clean charts, so look for the cleanest chart. Look for price action above the 921 and 50 day, and look for elevated volume. You can just trade CWeb or FXI as well, and most likely see a follow-through in a lot of those next week. I took a lot of things off today. Some stocks weren't performing. Insight, I took a profit there. FedEx, I took profits off into strength. I'll probably trade FedEx again next week along this path to higher prices. Okay, let's see what PayPal's doing. PayPal over the next several weeks and months, we'll probably get more trades out of PayPal. That looks good. It's dipping a little bit, so people taking profits. CWeb, Chinese internet-related stocks closing near the highs of the session. FXI. Baidu is one of my favorites. Baidu. I will only trade options on these. There's just too much headline risk. All right. 2 days in a row. You want to study this pattern. If you're a new member, you want to see this pattern over and over and over. VWAP, the dotted purple line. You want to see that moving higher from the open. You want to see price move away, and you want relative volume. Look at 11 o'clock. Look at the relative volume on these. Looks good, right? Coming into the end of the day. Look at the volume right there at 3 o'clock, 3:30. Okay. Pulling away from VWAP, that dotted line, you want to see price action pull away. If you can see that, you know the stock is in play. Conversely, if it's flat like this right here, you can see how Tilray yesterday was pretty flat. Today was pretty flat, but it took off in the evening session. MJ, same thing. All right, MJ had a flat VWAP for the most part. It was slightly upsloping. See a flat VWAP, go on to the next chart. Let's see what EVGO is looking like. EVGO. Okay, slight upsloping. Facebook. Facebook was a good one today. Boy, that came out of the barn like a racehorse. Facebook, look at that VWAP. That is like the best looking. Look at the volume. This is crazy, right? So if you traded Facebook this morning, we gave you a setup on Facebook early in the morning. Facebook was looking really, really strong. Let's see. When did we talk Facebook? Facebook. Wow, there's so many trades today. Facebook was about 9:45, 9:45, and again at 10:40, and then it just kept going, gone. It exceeded its ATR, and it's still going. Facebook is still going. So next week, Facebook is probably going to continue. Don't chase it up here. Don't buy it at the end of the day. The thing to key into, though, is the relative volume in play and price moving away from VWAP. If you can see that early in the morning, you've got a great setup. Got 3 minutes to go for the closing bell. Make sure you don't have anything that's closing. If you have any options, like, for example, if you got SPY options in the money, you got the 466s that expire today, and you don't want to get assigned 100,000 shares of SPY at this price level, maybe you want to close that. This is just a suggestion. Maybe you want to roll it out or close that position. All right, make sure you check all your options that are dated 11/12. That's today. If you're in the money and you don't feel like getting assigned, get rid of the stock or get rid of the option rather. All right, so all of a sudden got a lot of energy there towards the end of the day. Western Digital, looking for a trade. Okay, so Western Digital is a good example. See how Facebook is rallying? Our ball is higher. See how Western Digital did it in the morning? Had a nice slope in the morning. And then, boom, flat VWAP. Yesterday, even better. You can see how Western Digital rose during the day. All right, so you want to see that VWAP rising. Okay, look at STX. STX, okay? And look at that VWAP. All right, yesterday was beautiful. Today, it ran up and then it dropped below a flat VWAP. Okay, so that's selling all day. All right, so less than a minute to go. Have a great weekend, everyone. This is your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I trust you had a good day and an even better week. Today is Friday the 12th of November. We're less than a minute away from the closing bell. I wish everyone a happy weekend in both trading rooms. Thanks for joining us. Good night, Ken. Good night, Craig's List. Thanks for joining us, Craig. Frano, take care. See you later, Brooklyn. Daniel, if you're still on, take care. Nick and all the others that normally come into the YouTube channel in the morning. Okay. I think I had this on mute. Was I on mute? I got no ringy-dingy there. All right, everyone. Have a great weekend. LA, take care. Frank, Sean, thanks for joining us. Money Magic, take care. Dollar, thanks for everything. Raul, take care. Mikey, as usual, thanks a lot for everything you do. Lee Star, Rick, thanks for all the posts today. Great information today. Karen, thank you for that other trade I hadn't even heard of, MSOS or whatever it was. Stephen, thanks for everything. Glad to see you're doing well, my friend. Mondo, take care. Bobby T, as always, thanks a lot. PS, thank you. Was a great week. Michael Keeley, thank you Thank you, sir. Take care. Have a good one. Anna, as always, thank you. Brother Bill, if you're listening, I see you dropped out of the room in the evening session. Probably took heed and took the rest of the day off. Today was really good in the morning and then went sideways for the rest of the day. There's a few things that worked. Anyway, have a great weekend, everyone. You'll see the watch list out midnight on Sunday, and we'll see the video out probably around 2 o'clock on Sunday. Take care. Have a great evening. We'll talk to you later. Ciao.